You arrive in the hush that comes after the day finally loosens its grip, the air a degree cooler than your skin, the fabric around you learning the weight of your body as if for the first time. You are here, and the world, for a moment, is only the soft rhythm of your breath and the quiet shape it carves in the dark. Welcome to the Sleepless Physicist, where questions aren't argued. They're held the way you hold a warm cup in both hands and feel steadier just from the holding. You are safe to wonder. You are safe to rest. Let the name of the night settle over you like a shawl, not heavy, just enough to say, stay. The room hums with ordinary electricity, that small, familiar murmur in the walls, and it seems to answer your lungs as they draw in, let go, draw in again. What you survived today can be placed, for now, on a bedside shelf inside your mind. It will wait. It does not mind waiting. Your breath is a tide, and the tide knows how to return without being told. You are a leaf on the river of night, not tossed, carried. You don't need to steer. You don't need to choose a shore. The current knows the bends it made before you arrived, the little eddies where thoughts circle once or twice and then slip free, the long, easy stretches where the water seems to move only because the stars change their places on the surface. There is room here for your shoulders to lower, for your jaw to remember softness, for the small muscles at your temples to unlearn the squint of screens and streetlight. You can rest inside the shape of your own breathing. And because you're here, because you're listening, a question can be placed in your palm like a smooth stone, warmed by another hand, parallel universes, science or science fiction. Do not lift the stone to the light yet. Feel it first. Notice how the very asking does something gentle to your attention, like the way a distant bell changes a village's afternoon without anyone needing to speak. Let the thought sit where thoughts sit when they are not yet pictures. Let it be a weight that steadies, not a puzzle that tenses. You are not asked to decide. You are invited to drift with the question and see whether it drifts with you. Listen to your breath, shorten slightly on the way in, lengthen beautifully on the way out. In the exhale is where the body opens the gate and says, we're safe. In the exhale is where the mind loosens its white-knuckle grip on the tiller it never needed. The river moves, and you move with it. The leaf does not argue with water. Maybe the river is time. Maybe time is not a tick, but a flow. Maybe you are not still at all, though you feel the stillness wrapping you like linen. You are in motion even now, blood traveling, thoughts drifting, heat leaving through the places where sleeves don't reach. You are a traveler who doesn't have to stand up to be traveling. You notice how a memory rises like a thin mist above the surface, something from hours ago or years, and then thins and then dissolves. You notice how another comes, brighter, then chooses not to stay. Your mind knows more streams than one. In you, even before sleep, many paths shimmer. If every moment could unfold more than one way, which version of you is here? If a coin could spin forever, would you wait for a landing to call it over? If a ship could glide along a black current with no wind and no waves, would arrival mean touching a shore, or would it mean recognizing the hum of the engine as your own steady heart? A cat turns in a doorway somewhere in your imagination and looks at you with one eye in shadow. You do not need to open the door. It is enough to know there is a door. You are told this not as a test, but as a lullaby. Science is dreamed through here. Hypotheses are not arguments thrown like stones. They are lanterns hung in the night, their circles of light overlapping until a path appears. You can sit in the armchair by the window of the universe and watch the dark fields outside without moving, without naming every star. It is enough to witness. It is enough to breathe. The current carries you past the jagged banks of the day, the place where someone's words caught on a branch, the place where a task didn't end, only set up its tent in your thoughts, the place where your own voice judged too quickly. They all become silhouettes, then shapes, then nothing at all. Water remembers the way forward. You are allowed to forget for now. As you drift, the channel's heartbeat finds your own. The sleepless physicist is not a person standing on a stage. It is a soft practice, a way of listening in which the room becomes bigger than its corners and you become bigger than your plans. When you listen this way, questions don't take, they give. The warm stone in your palm is not a burden. It is weight that keeps you from lifting away too fast. Parallel universes. The words are large enough to echo, so let them echo quietly. They do not demand pictures of spinning portals or neon, alleys or impossible cities, stacked like cards. They ask for something simpler, the feeling that more than one story could be true at the same time when no one is looking. They ask for the humility to say maybe. They ask for the tenderness to let maybe coexist with now. You are a leaf, and the river knows where the river widens. You feel the body's small weather shift. A shoulder that had been a cloud becomes clear. A thought that rattled like a window latch in wind finally sits. Even the tiny muscles around your eyes, the ones that hold the horizon straight, are willing to be a little less vigilant. Perhaps there are other shores. Perhaps there are other leaves. But this one, this leaf, this shore, this night is yours, and it is enough. Your breath becomes a language without sentences, so inhale, arrival, exhale, permission. Inhale, here, exhale, let go. The words dissolve, the meaning remains. Without warning, a coin appears again in your mind, not falling, not choosing, only spinning with such grace that time itself seems to watch. If a story can pause like that, hovering between yes and no, does it become less of a story, or more? The question does not sharpen itself into an answer. It rounds its corners and becomes easier to hold. Somewhere in you, a small vessel hums. You do not see it. You feel it the way you feel a refrigerator in the other room, the way you feel a train far beneath the city. The hum says nothing urgent. The hum says continue. Your heart agrees, and for a blink, you cannot tell which is leading which. You remember lightly that far from here and close by at the same time, a cat's silhouette waits at a threshold that may never open. Not everything needs opening. Some doors are simply there to mark a boundary between being awake and beginning to dream. You are allowed to drift and to keep the question. Your hand curls slightly around the warm stone in your palm. The stone becomes a shape you forget you are holding. Forgetting becomes another kind of holding. The room supports you. The river supports the room. The night supports the river. And under the night, something vaster and kinder than you expected is content to carry you without asking who you will be when you reach the next bend. You rest in the gentle aftermath of your own exhale, and the body understands something the mind doesn't have to say aloud. You are allowed to be carried. The day tried to make you the river's engineer, the scheduler of currents, the cartographer of every bend. Night unknots the maps and returns you to water. You are the one who floats. You are the one who is held. Maybe you've always suspected this, how a single breath can widen a room, how a softened jaw can change the weather of thought, how closing the eyes is not a shutting down, but a turning toward. The questions arrive like friendly birds that do not need naming to be loved. If stories can hold two paths at once before they are told, does your life not do the same before you choose? If quiet can be deep enough to cradle a decision, could you let quiet cradle you now? Listen to the coin again, not as a test, but as a comfort. It turns without landing, and in the turning there is peace. You are not waiting for a verdict. You are learning the sound of possibility when it isn't afraid. Some part of you recognizes this because it is how you drift into sleep every night. 2 thoughts, then 3, then a soft blur as meanings stand beside each other without arguing. You do not decide which image goes first in a dream. The dream chooses you by noticing that you're ready. You are ready. Time is not ticking here. It is moving like water beneath a winter sheet, slow and sure. Time is not a hammer. It is a current. Time is not a discipline. It is a mercy. Maybe the river carries not only this leaf, not only this night, but versions you'll never meet, near enough to imagine, far enough to bless. If there are other bends, let them be gentle. If there are other yous, let them be held. You are told a simple sentence that feels like it has always known you. This is not fiction. It's truth. Then, because truth without tenderness can harden where you need softness, the sentence leans closer and adds, or perhaps it is a question we are learning to ask well. You are not required to pick a side tonight. You are invited to rest in the warmth of wonder, as if wonder itself were a blanket that had learned your shape. Somewhere, a ship hums with a patience that matches your pulse. You and that quiet vessel have made a pact without words, to move at the speed of breathing, to notice without grasping, to trust that arrival is sometimes the recognition of being carried. The ship is not a picture you must hold. It is a rhythm you already know. The hum continues, and your body agrees by softening a little more. A doorway remains in your imagination, and a cat waits at its frame with the dignity of a creature that understands thresholds. The door does not open. It do not need to. The presence of a boundary is enough to teach you the difference between light and shadow, waking and drowsing, effort and ease. Not every mystery is for solving. Some mysteries are for sleeping beside. You might ask again, not from worry, but from curiosity that has put down its sharp edges. If every moment could unfold more than one way, which version of you is here? The answer that arrives is quiet and sufficient, the one who breathes, the one who feels the sheet cool and then warm, the one who lets the shoulders descend by their own decision, the one who notices the river, and noticing it is already afloat. You are allowed to be no more than this, and no less than this. You are perfectly located. The room answers you with its small music. A distant pipe settles. A floor remembers the step you took hours ago and releases the memory with a soft sigh. The quiet between sounds is longer now, and in that quiet, the mind practices the art of unclenching. Your thoughts begin to move like fish under clear water, present, lovely, uninterested in being caught. You are not fishing tonight. You are watching the surface sparkle and becoming, in the most effortless way, the sparkle. Let yourself lean into the ethos that found you, science dreamed through. This does not mean pretending questions are answers. It means letting answers remain questions long enough to be beautiful. Hypotheses are cradled here, not litigated. You can hold maybe with both hands and discover that your hands are steadier for the holding. If evidence is a language the universe speaks, then awe is the way you learn to listen for its accent. You, the sleeper, begin to recognize another thread that has been running beside yours all along. You, the astronaut, are not separate in essence, only in costume. One hums inside a vessel, one hums inside a body. One stares into instruments whose needles sway like reeds. One listens to breath whose tide returns and returns again. In time, these two will touch, not by crossing a distance, but by recognizing their shared current. For now, it is enough to know they echo. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The sentence arrives again, and this time it feels like a lullaby more than a lesson. The river moves, so you move. You move, so the river knows it is a river. The leaf is not asked to prove the water is real. The leaf is asked only to touch and be carried. Perhaps a part of you wonders whether questions this large will wake you. Notice that they don't. Notice that they have put on soft shoes and move around your room the way kindness moves around a sleeping child. Present, protective, light. Wonder does not pry at your eyelids. Wonder closes the curtains and says, "Rest. I will keep watch." You are watched over by your own curiosity, which has no interest in alarms. Before this night bends toward its deeper silence, the stone in your palm warms further, becoming less a separate object and more a part of your hand. Parallel universes. The words no longer echo widely. They bloom close, like breath seen in cool air, appearing and fading with no need to be stored. If they are true, they will be true whether you approve of them. If they are questions, they will wait for you to wake. You have no deadlines here. The river widens, the leaf drifts. You feel the long, slow turn into a calmer reach of water, and with it a long, slow turn within yourself to a place where thought and feeling braid without tugging. The coin's spin becomes a soft circle at the edge of awareness. The ship's hum descends to a purr that matches the quieter beat of your heart. The cat at the threshold curls into itself and becomes simply a shape of comfort. Everything that wanted your attention has learned to whisper. By the time you arrive at the far end of this first journey, the circle has already begun to draw itself. The image that greeted you returns, but it is different because you are different. The leaf keeps drifting on the river of night, and you, still resting, drift with it. The bend ahead does not require you to name it. The bend behind does not require you to remember it. The water is enough. The holding is enough. You are enough. You drift farther along the easy current, and the surface above you stops being ceiling and becomes a quiet field of maybes. Not urgent, not crowded, just many soft paths lying beside each other, the way pages rest before they are turned. You are not asked to read them all. You are invited to feel that they exist. There is a notion you can hold without gripping, that the world, down where things are faint and small, hums with a music that can carry more than one note at once. A coin does not crash to a table. It lingers in its spin, silver blur becoming the sound of possibility. A story does not choose its ending before anyone listens. It waits, breathing in its box of silence, calm as midnight shelves. You do not force it open. You let, not need to. The presence of a boundary is enough to teach you the difference between light and shadow, waking and drowsing, effort and ease. Not every mystery is for solving. Some mysteries are for sleeping beside. You might ask again, not from worry, but from curiosity that has put down its sharp edges. If every moment could unfold more than one way, which version of you is here? The answer that arrives is quiet and sufficient, the one who breathes, the one who feels the sheet cool and then warm, the one who lets the shoulders descend by their own decision, the one who notices the river, and noticing it is already afloat. You are allowed to be no more than this, and no less than this. You are perfectly located. The room answers you with its small music. A distant pipe settles. A floor remembers the step you took hours ago and releases the memory with a soft sigh. The quiet between sounds is longer now, and in that quiet, the mind practices the art of unclenching. Your thoughts begin to move like fish under clear water, present, lovely, uninterested in being caught. You are not fishing tonight. You are watching the surface sparkle and becoming, in the most effortless way, the sparkle. Let yourself lean into the ethos that found you, science dreamed through. This does not mean pretending questions are answers. It means letting answers remain questions long enough to be beautiful. Hypotheses are cradled here, not litigated. You can hold maybe with both hands and discover that your hands are steadier for the holding. If evidence is a language the universe speaks, then awe is the way you learn to listen for its accent. You, the sleeper, begin to recognize another thread that has been running beside yours all along. You, the astronaut, are not separate in essence, only in costume. One hums inside a vessel, one hums inside a body. One stares into instruments whose needles sway like reeds. One listens to breath whose tide returns and returns again. In time, these two will touch, not by crossing a distance, but by recognizing their shared current. For now, it is enough to know they echo. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The sentence arrives again, and this time it feels like a lullaby more than a lesson. The river moves, so you move. You move, so the river knows it is a river. The leaf is not asked to prove the water is real. The leaf is asked only to touch and be carried. Perhaps a part of you wonders whether questions this large will wake you. Notice that they don't. Notice that they have put on soft shoes and move around your room the way kindness moves around a sleeping child. Present, protective, light. Wonder does not pry at your eyelids. Wonder closes the curtains and says, rest. I will keep watch. You are watched over by your own curiosity, which has no interest in alarms. Before this night bends toward its deeper silence, the stone in your palm warms further, becoming less a separate object and more a part of your hand. Parallel universes. The words no longer echo widely. They bloom close, like breath seen in cool air, appearing and fading with no need to be stored. If they are true, they will be true whether you approve of them. If they are questions, they will wait for you to wake. You have no deadlines here. The river widens, the leaf drifts. You feel the long, slow turn into a calmer reach of water, and with it a long, slow turn within yourself, to a place where thought and feeling braid without tugging. The coin's spin becomes a soft circle at the edge of awareness. The ship's hum descends to a purr that matches the quieter beat of your heart. The cat at the threshold curls into itself and becomes simply a shape of comfort. Everything that wanted your attention has learned to whisper. By the time you arrive at the far end of this first journey, the circle has already begun to draw itself. The image that greeted you returns, but it is different because you are different. The leaf keeps drifting on the river of night, and you, still resting, drift with it. The bend ahead does not require you to name it. The bend behind does not require you to remember it. The water is enough. The holding is enough. You are enough. You drift farther along the easy current, and the surface above you stops being ceiling and becomes a quiet field of maybes. Not urgent, not crowded, just many soft paths lying beside each other, the way pages rest before they are turned. You are not asked to read them all. You are invited to feel that they exist. There is a notion you can hold without gripping, that the world, down where things are faint and small, hums with a music that can carry more than one note at once. A coin does not crash to a table. It lingers in its spin, silver blur becoming the sound of possibility. A story does not choose its ending before anyone listens. It waits, breathing in its box of silence, calm as midnight shelves. You do not force it open. You let silence speak first. You are told something that matters because it is gentle. This is an interpretation, not a verdict. It is not a hammer. It is a way to listen. You can call it many worlds if names help you remember, or you can let it be a feeling, like moonlight on the floor that cannot explain itself and does not need to. Proof has its hour, bright and exact. Tonight belongs to quiet coherence, to the sense that a melody can hold two paths before a hand settles the string. Decoherence arrives in a language your body already knows. A whisper in a small room is many shadings of sound until the room itself begins to answer. Then the whisper is no longer a private shape. It merges with air and timber and the memory of footsteps. Nothing is chopped. Nothing is severed. Branches are gentle to part by the world's touch, the way ripples separate when they meet the shore, the way breath becomes room breath when it leaves you. You are not carving the water. You are letting it find its broader bed. Maybe the split, if it exists, is quieter than stories ever told you. Not fireworks, not thunderheads. A pillow shifted in one room, a pillow left alone in another. Two nearly identical nights in which your hand pauses a fraction of a second longer, or doesn't. You are the one who feels the cotton cool under your fingers. You are the one who doesn't reach at all. Both are ordinary as breath. Both belong to the river. You are a metronome of choices. Listen to your heartbeat mark the small doors. Each beat is a doorway, each doorway a leaf caught by a slightly different eddy. You do not need to number the doors or worry what you have passed. You only need to notice that the body beats, the doors appear, the water moves, and what you are becomes what you are becoming, with no fanfare at all. The world, if it branches, may do so the way a tree does when no one watches, patiently, everywhere, without drama. You are not still. Even now, you move through time. The words land like a fingertip on water. No splash, only circles spreading, not metaphorically, literally. Your blood completes its circuits. Your thoughts slide their soft chairs back from the day's table. Your attention loosens its knot and becomes ribbon. The motion is real even when it feels like rest, especially when it feels like rest. Maybe there are rooms beside this one where a breath lingered longer, or where a laugh from earlier still echoes faintly, or where a lamp remained on for the time it takes a cloud to cross a window. Maybe there are roads your feet never took that still exist as the idea of a stride. You don't have to go there. You can bless them from here. You can say, be soft, be kind, to lives you will never touch, and feel your own life answer with a loosening across the shoulders. You remember what the channel promised you. Science dreamed through. You are allowed to hold a hypothesis the way you would hold a sleeping bird. No squeezing, no proof demanded, only a pulse felt through a shell of air. The difference between proof and listening is not small, but tonight it is not a fight. It is a posture. Proof stands beneath bright lights with clipboard and pen. Listening sits by the window and learns the shape of the night by how it touches the glass. The camera of your attention widens, then narrows, then widens again. Soft pattern breaks that do not wake you. See this room as a stitch, your breath as the thread pulling through. Then see the quilt, so many stitches that they become texture rather than count. Then come back to the stitch, your fingertips, your ribs, the subtle sway that happens when you exhale a little longer than you meant to. You are the stitch and the quilt both, and there is no rush to decide which matters more. You carry a sentence like a candle from one thought to the next. This is not fiction. It's truth. The candlelight is real on your hands. Then it leans closer and adds, or it might be a question we're still learning to ask. The flame does not gutter when you hear that. It steadies. It knows that some truths arrive as questions first, wearing softer shoes so they don't scare the house. Let yourself try on the smallest experiment, the kind that asks nothing of notebooks. Imagine two rooms that are nearly the same. In one, you shift the pillow before you settle. In the other, you don't. In one, the wrist turns. In the other, the wrist rests. In both, your breath continues its tide. In both, your heart keeps time. The world does not split with a crack. It exhales, and in the exhale, two gentle eddies appear where one long stream had been. You are carried either way. You are carried every way. Your heartbeat keeps mapping doorways you don't have to walk through. Your mind keeps offering maybes you don't have to pick up. Your body keeps doing the ancient work of returning you to where you already are. If there is a field of stories waiting to be heard, you can lie down at its edge and listen to the wind travel across it. You can let unchosen paths be beautiful without needing them to be yours. You don't need to solve this. Just notice your own drifting. The instruction is permission, not assignment. The river knows its course even when you don't. The night learns your shape even when you forget to be proud of it. If the world can hold many maybes at once, it can hold you exactly as you are without asking for a single improvement before sleep. Breathe the small truth that remains when ideas have done their gentle work. The blanket has weight. The room has hush. The pulse has steadiness. You are here. You are being carried. You can let the field of maybes remain a field, and you can be the leaf that passes by its edge without being lost. The split, if it exists, is quiet. Your rest, indisputably, is real. You linger at the seam where ideas become feelings, and feelings become a lighter way to carry the day. The field of maybes lies quiet above you, reflecting not just what is overhead, but what could have been, soft duplicates of the same night in slightly different keys. You do not climb to compare them. You let them shine, the way puddles hold a second sky after rain. You are told again, gently, that what you cradle is an interpretation, a way of listening, not a final gavel. You can hear it like moonlight, present, persuasive, never insisting. Proof is the noon sun. This is the hour after lamps are turned off, where your eyes begin to learn other kinds of clarity. You are invited to trust that not all knowing is loud. You are invited to lean into a question and feel it become a place to rest. Maybe the coin keeps turning somewhere in the center of the room you cannot reach, and its music is why your thoughts begin to sway, not a rattle, a purr. Maybe the story you will choose in the morning is already breathing softly, unworried about being chosen, content to exist beside its siblings like quiet books on a shelf. The shelf is real. The books are real. Your hand need not move tonight. Decoherence slips back into view, not as a term, but as something your skin remembers. A whisper near your ear is many possible words, until the room itself becomes part of the sentence. Curtains, wood, the patient air, they put their fingerprints on the sound without stealing it. The hush becomes a tone the whole room understands. Nothing is torn. A braid loosens because the day has stopped pulling at it. The strands lie beside each other. Still hair, still yours. You are given the smallest demonstration. 2 rooms that almost share a heartbeat. In one, your hand lifts and smooths the pillowcase until it lies like water. In the other, your hand rests where it is, weight becoming permission. The difference is so slight that even the floorboards would hesitate to swear to it. Yet the world, if it can, might let both drift on, ordinary and complete. Not drama, not thunder, breath-level branching, quilt-level kindness. You are the one whose pulse keeps time, a metronome made of salt water and light. You are the one who does not need to name each beat to be carried by all of them. You are the stitch the night makes to hold itself together. Maybe each beat is a door. Maybe each door opens to a slightly different angle of the same room. Maybe you have been walking through such doors all your life without needing to make an announcement about it. Let your attention widen the way a window does when you draw the curtains back with 2 fingers. No fuss, just more horizon. The room you occupy shows its modest furniture, its ordinary goodness. Then your attention narrows again to 1 square inch of fabric under your palm, to the honesty of pressure and warmth. You widen once more to a larger map, lives crossing yours, days yet to arrive, the way a single choice throws a long, transparent shadow forward. Then back to breath, which is the whole map in one motion, arriving and leaving, carrying and letting go, river and leaf together. If the world can hold many maybes at once, where does a story rest until it's heard? The question sits between you and the ceiling, like a star no one argues with. It does not demand an answer. You can almost feel the answer pretending not to exist, so that your mind will not chase it. The patience of that is its own lesson. Some stories rest in the same place. Your breath rests between inhales, that brief lake where nothing is taken and nothing is given, and yet everything is prepared. You don't need to solve this. Just notice your own drifting. Notice how your exhale, when it lengthens by a fingertip, changes the shape of your thoughts without a single thought protesting. Notice how your pulse, steady and unfancy, becomes a kind of language the whole body understands. Notice how the bed learns you, the way a river learns a bend by becoming it. No notes to take, no probes to place. All the instruments are already inside you, all of them tuned to calm. Maybe in some other nearby room, a laugh you let go earlier still floats like a lantern. Maybe in another, a sigh you never sighed stays folded, waiting for permission. Maybe there is a version of this night where you reach for your phone and a version where you do not. In both versions, know you were trying to be gentle with yourself. You can bless both from here. You can let kindness branch along with everything else. This is not fiction. It's truth. You hear it and expect hardness. Instead, it lands like a blanket that finally warms your knees. Then the sentence leans close to itself, almost smiling. Or it might be a question we're still learning to ask. The warmth doesn't leave when you hear that either. The warmth increases because questions, when kept kindly, are a kind of home. You are welcome to treat the many worlds idea like a lullaby that does not erase other songs. It hums alongside Copenhagen, alongside every careful way we have tried to say what small things do when we aren't looking. Maybe they are different lamps in the same room. Maybe each lets you see a different corner. Tonight, you do not need the whole room brilliant. You need just enough to walk to bed without stubbing your toe on certainty. The metronome of choices keeps time. A door opens on a gentle decision. One more page or none. One more thought or none. One more memory or none. Your pulse opens the door and closes it with such care that you might not notice, which is the kindness of bodies that have learned to keep you alive while letting you rest. Each small opening could be a split, or it could be the river learning itself in public. You are allowed not to know. Imagine the sky of probabilities instead of stars, not points of light, but soft glows, each a possibility that warms the dark without burning it. You could spend a lifetime mapping them. You could spend this night letting them be beautiful without numbers. Which serves you now? The map will be there in the morning for whoever needs it. The sky is here for you. You remember the coin. You remember the ship. You remember the cat with half its face in shadow, and feel how none of these images nudge you toward panic. They are placeholders for a gentler capacity, to hold two things without rushing to make one of them wrong. The coin can spin and still be utterly peaceful. The ship can hum and still be anchored in safety. The cat can wait and still be complete in its waiting. So can you. Your blanket becomes a kind of instrument. Wait as a tuning fork that finds the note your nervous system prefers. You do not force it to sound. You let it resonate, and in that resonance, 100 small alarms inside you decide to sleep. The field of maybes doesn't go away when alarms sleep. It becomes easier to be near. You can lie beside it without becoming responsible for it. You are not a judge tonight. You are not a scientist in the sharpest sense. You are a listener whose listening is so steady that truth feels no need to hide. You are a leaf whose trust in water makes water gentler than water usually remembers to be. Maybe the split isn't something that happens to you. Maybe it is something the world softly is, and your kindness toward it lets you rest even while it continues. Let your attention perform one last pattern, break before the next idea arrives. Widen to the sky of probabilities, and feel how the word sky is the right word, even indoors. Narrow to the temperature at the tip of your nose. Widen to a life spread across a map of years, each year a different light. Narrow to the pulse in your wrist, which is a lighthouse you carry. Widen to the river that began before you were born and will outlast your calendar. Narrow to the leaf that touches it now and is, by touching, the whole story that needs telling. The room lowers its voice another degree. The mind hears the cue and bows out of the conversation with gratitude. Breath takes the lectern and says nothing. Time continues. River sure, you have learned what you needed, not a final answer, but a place to rest the question. And in that resting, you have become the answer that matters for this hour, present, gentle, carried. You feel how the question has softened, how it no longer presses but pillows. If the world can hold many maybes at once, where does a story rest until it's heard? It rests where your breath rests, when it pauses at the top of an inhale, that lake-clear moment between taking in and letting go. It rests in the small hush between heartbeats, a room the size of a blink where nothing is asked to decide. It rests in you without weight, and because it is unweighted, you can float. You are the witness of gentle differences. You are the keeper of ordinary thresholds. You are the one who notices that turning a pillow is not an announcement, that not turning it is not a failure, that both are simply ways the river learns the shape of its banks. Maybe this is all the many worlds story wants from you tonight. Not allegiance, not argument, only the willingness to imagine. That reality might be capable of more kindness than one road allows. You remember how a whisper becomes room sound, how a private note becomes part of the air. That is the touch that separates what could have been from what is without any ripping. Two ripples meet a shore and move along it, shoulder to shoulder. Two outcomes meet a world and lie down where the world makes space. You are not forced to follow both. You are welcomed to be carried by one with gratitude for the others that taught this one what it means to arrive. Maybe stories rest the way seeds rest, containing entire forests while asking only for darkness, moisture, and patience. Maybe they rest the way constellations rest, patterns that exist whether or not anyone draws lines between stars. Maybe they rest the way music rests, measures of quiet that give the notes permission to matter. You have been in those rests all along, without naming them. You give them new air by noticing. You are the metronome and the corridor. At each beat, a door appears. At each door, a room opens. At each room, a breath chooses to deepen, and the choosing, though small, is the kind of choosing that changes everything, because it changes the tone. You are not counting doors, you are learning tone. The tone of this night is gentleness. The tone is mercy. The tone says, you can be a leaf and still be the whole story. This is not fiction, it's truth. The sentence would feel hard if it weren't spoken with your own soft cadence. Then it leans in, affectionate with its own uncertainty. Or it might be a question we're still learning to ask. You hold both possibilities like bookends and discover that what they hold up is not an argument, but a shelf of calm. Between them, the volumes of your day find their places. Between them, the world finds enough space to turn a fraction without jostling you. You are the listener who lets ideas grow slow the way night-blooming flowers do. You are the body that knows how to fall toward sleep by trusting weight. You are the mind that can sit with a mystery until the mystery becomes air. Maybe the branching is real, and every beat is a doorway to another quiet. Maybe the branching is only a way of saying, don't fence the possible too soon. Either way, you are safe. Either way, you are carried. You feel the subtle echo of another version of you, close enough to feel like a harmony, far enough not to trouble your rest. One hum matches your pulse, the way a far engine sometimes hums in your bones. You don't have to name it. You only have to notice that your calm has company. The company is kind. Let the camera of your attention perform its last soft pan across the night. Widen into the quilt, days stitched to days, each square a different light. Each seam a promise that differences can lie side by side without needing to be the same. Narrow to the stitch, the exact warmth beneath your palm, the precise weight that tells your body here. Widen to the field of maybes overhead, a canopy of outcomes that do not crowd you. Narrow to the leaf, your own breath, moving you forward without any command. You don't need to gather proofs in your sleep. You don't need to defend a theory with your jaw. You don't need to choose between moonlight and noon. You can be the patient shelf where books rest before anyone opens them. You can be the seedbed where roots find their way in the dark without maps. You can be the measure of music where silence is not absence but preparation. Maybe a nearby life, almost yours, turned the pillow and felt the cool. Maybe a nearby life, almost yours, did not. Maybe both are true in a way that does not require your verdict. Bless both. Bless all the soft divergences that never needed names. Bless the river for knowing more paths than you will ever walk. Bless yourself for learning that rest is a path too. You are allowed to let questions watch over you. You are allowed to let answers arrive late and quiet. You are allowed to sleep beside a mystery and wake with it still here, unchanged and somehow friendlier because it trusted you enough to stay. The night approves of this arrangement. The body approves. The pulse approves, keeping time like a lighthouse no storm is aiming for. If a story rests until it's heard, then tonight it rests, and you rest with it. The listening you offer is already enough. The world, if it can, will make its gentle splits without applause. The world, if it cannot, will still flow like a single river, broad enough for all your turning thoughts. Your task is no task. Notice your drifting, and let drifting notice you. Inhale as if the river lifts you half a hand's breadth. Exhale as if the river sets you down on a softer current. Inhale as if the leaf remembers it's green. Exhale as if the leaf remembers it never needed to steer. The cadence is yours now. The quiet is yours. The night knows your name the way water knows the shape of what it carries. By touch, by patience, by endless merciful motion. You arrive at the downshift the next idea will need. The room grows one shade dimmer inside your awareness. Thought becomes the kind of lantern that stays lit without smoke. Breath takes the first watch. Heartbeat takes the second. Sleep will take the third. The question curls beside you, satisfied to be a question. You are allowed to close the book without losing your place. When the time comes, the page will be exactly where you left it, unguarded, unhurried, ready. Let the final line of this chapter settle where lines go when they want to become lullabies. You don't need to solve this. Just notice your own drifting. Then, notice that you are drifting already. You meet the cat the way you meet a memory at dusk, not as a leap, not as a scare, but as a soft shape beyond a half-closed door. You do not push, you do not peek. You let the door be a door and the shadow be a shadow. The box you hold is empty of fear and full of metaphor, a container made of quiet, where a lesson about knowing and not knowing curls up like a warm animal and purrs without asking for names. You're told this tale the way night tells the moon, gently, without spectacle. A cat, a box, a mechanism you don't have to diagram. The important thing is not gears or wires. It's the hush that comes before a choice is witnessed. This parable was never cruelty. It was never about distress. It is about measurement, about how the world waits in more than one posture until the world is touched. And then, with the lightest nudge, becomes this now instead of that too. You listen and discover a difference that matters. The cat is not choosing. The cat is a mirror. What looks like decision is reflection. What looks like agency is the world learning its own face when someone raises a hand to the glass. You can feel this without equations because your breath already knows what it means. A breath contains many futures, right up to the instant you release it. Then it is this breath, and your body thanks you in a language older than thought. Decoherence returns like warm breath fogging glass. No lecture, only a window that remembers you touched it. The system brushes the world, and the world leaves a signature. The soft, both and that hovered between outcomes turns into a steady this now, not because a judge hit a gavel, but because air, curtain, table, skin all joined the conversation, and the whisper became room sound. No violence, though only settling. No tearing, only the way mist decides to be water again. You place a bow on a cello string in your mind and feel how, for a moment, more than one tone lives in the same wood. Then fingers touch, and the note declares itself without apology. It isn't that the other possible notes died. It's that the room agreed to host this one, or picture a river that looks single until a pebble lays down at the right bend. The stream parts because the world offered it a reason, and the parting is calm. Your breath keeps time with these images. Inhale, both and. Exhale, this now. Inhale, room of possibilities. Exhale, the room chooses a chair and sits. The rhythm steadies as questions arrive in your ear like feathers rather than tools. If you never open the box, what is the story? Does the story exist without a listener, or does it wait in patient outline, content to be breath-shaped potential? If you open it, who becomes the author? You or the world you invite it to touch itself? You, the sleeper, feel how your closed eyes are their own unopened box. The day holds many endings until you measure it by choosing to rest. Your decision is not a courtroom. It is a hand on the light switch, a hush that crosses a threshold. In that moment, the long, restless superposition called today collapses into night, and every half-finished sentence in your head accepts a period made of mercy. Measurement is sometimes as simple as saying enough and letting the bed agree. Maybe you hesitate, and that hesitation itself is a kind of experiment. The mind says, one more thought, and the body says, one more breath. The cat behind the door remains a shadow, and you realize the point was never to force the knob. It was to learn the patience of a world that can remain gentle for as long as it needs to. You are not failing to decide. You are learning how decision appears when there is room for it to arrive without being chased. You feel the antithesis that threads this night like a silk line. Not fiction, but a proposal. Not ticking, but flowing possibilities. The cat is a story that points. A finger tracing a moon no one should mistake for the finger. The point is not cruelty. The point is caution. Knowledge is not only in the thing, it is in the meeting. What you call a result is the world, and the witness agreeing on a sentence they can both live inside. Somewhere in your peripheral awareness, the astronaut thread flickers, the cabin's indicator light undecided between amber and green, a small heartbeat of color in a dim console. It is not an alarm. It is a maybe. Instruments wait the way cats wait, patient, composed, prepared to be what they will be when a gloved hand leans close enough to count. Until then, the ship hums, and the hum says what your own chest says. Safe, safe, safe. If you never open the box, what is the story? Perhaps it is a score not yet played, already beautiful on the stand for those who can read. Perhaps it is a seed resting in soil, full of forest without demanding a tree tonight. If you open it, who becomes the author? You who lifted the lid, or the world that reached through you to touch itself? Your breath answers without words. You are a conduit, not a commander. The universe writes, and your attention is the ink's first shine. You notice how the cat does not pace in your imagination. It does not plead. It is a sign that points toward a boundary between what is and what is known. You honor the boundary by not forcing it. You honor yourself by not turning curiosity into work. The lesson remains whole. The mirror does not choose the face. It offers it. The box does not manufacture the ending. It keeps it safe until endings are welcome. Let the river metaphor return to steady the floor of the mind. Upstream, a fork that looked like one stream until a leaf met a pebble and asked for two paths instead. Downstream, both threads braid the same direction. You are carried whether the water runs in one line or two. Your task is unchanged. Breathe as if breathing were a form of gratitude the river understands. You feel the cat as presence, the door as threshold, the box as permission to leave stories unsealed until morning. Behind these gentle figures, a deeper kindness becomes visible. You do not have to know to be safe. You do not have to open every container to be whole. You can let possibilities be possibilities and still belong perfectly to the life you are living. Your breath makes this belonging audible, a lullaby you wear from the inside. You, the sleeper, place the day's questions where the box is, not to ignore them, but to keep them warm. They are no less real for resting. They are no less yours for waiting. Your eyes remain closed, and in that closure a measurement completes. Night begins. You can feel the world answer. The room's hum floats one shade lower. The blankets gain a small weight, like a hand reassuring your shoulder. The coin of your attention stops spinning and becomes a calm circle. You imagine for a heartbeat, a gloved hand in a cabin deciding when to glance at that undecided light. Not yet, the hand thinks without words. Not yet, because the hum says safe, and the body agrees, and the ship knows the difference between alertness and alarm. That is all the cat ever wanted you to hear. Waiting can be wise. Not opening can be a form of love. If the cat isn't choosing, who is? The question arrives and sits down beside you, like a friend who knows how to be silent. It does not pry. It does not demand. It invites. The answer will come later, when the night has taught your pulse a few more ways to be gentle. For now, you let the question keep watch, while you lower yourself another inch into the bed the world has made of this moment. Let yourself drift, and let the door remain just as it is, half closed, wholly kind, the hinge untroubled, the cat unharried, the box patient, the mirror ready whenever morning brings a face to it. You settle into the kindness of not opening, and the mind learns a slower grammar. The box, uninsisted upon, becomes a small sanctuary where possibility can nap without being shaken awake. Somewhere a chalkboard exists, full of symbols that carry this parable in a stricter tongue. Tonight you are given the softer language that those symbols protect. Interpretations share equations the way different lullabies share a pulse, same counting of beats, different stories about what the counting means. You are allowed to love the music without choosing a single lyric to live by forever. You hear it again, the thread that keeps the fabric from unraveling, not fiction, but a proposal, not ticking, but flowing possibilities. The proposal is humble. It does not bang on doors or demand applause. It suggests that before the world is touched, there is an honest wideness to what might be, and that touching narrows that wideness to a present tense both you and the world can inhabit. The narrowing is not cruelty, it is hospitality. A room full of standing guests cannot rest. Chairs are pulled forward, one is offered, the world sits. Decoherence is how the room remembers your presence. Breath on glass leaves a trace, bodies share heat, fabrics hold the pressure of a hand. The world writes itself a little darker where you leaned. In that writing, the maybes that were once equally poised begin to dim, except for the one the room can carry now. The others do not suffer. They simply return to the wide field, like actors stepping back from a stage when their cues pass. The one that remains is not the victor. It is the host's choice of chair. Your breathing joins this lesson without effort. Inhale, the balcony where many phrases wait to sing. Exhale, the solo that steps into light. You do not command the diaphragm with a whip. You invite it with space. Each breath is a reading of the world's page in the language of lungs, and the page responds by clarifying itself here, now, in you. There is a softness in this contract that the cat understands even when you pretend not to. If you never open the box, what is the story? It is a melody in the throat before a note is made, recognizable to the singer, though the audience hears nothing yet. It is the river before a pebble makes a suggestion. It is the room when you stand in the doorway and your shadow reaches the far wall, asking nothing but to be seen as a possibility of form. The story is alive without performance. It is complete without headlines. You are allowed to admire the completeness of unplayed music. If you open it, who becomes the author, you or the world? You are reminded gently how you are the meeting. You lend the world your eyes, your ears, your skin, your attention. In that lending, the world returns the favor by taking a position. The line you read becomes this line, not that line. The cat becomes a mirror, not a chooser. The author is the handshake. The sentence is written by the grip. You, the sleeper, feel how this kind of authorship works even with your own day. A dozen small endings glowed around you at sundown. You opened one by laying down. You measured the day into night without the violence of verdicts. The others went dim without resentment. Your rest is the chapter that was asked for. Your body, attentive to kindness, publishes it in the language of lowered shoulders, cooled forehead, and that particular relief in the jaw that says home. The astronaut returns like a distant heartbeat on shared radio. That undecided indicator, amber tending green, does not trouble you. It waits within a halo of patience for a gloved touch, and until then it is allowed to be undecided. The ship hums. The hum agrees with your pulse on the matter that most matters. Safe. You begin to understand how safety is not the absence of unknowns. Safety is the promise that unknowns need not be solved before you sleep. You step into the boundary where hypothesis meets evidence and feel how the air changes. On one side, equations as a steel frame holding up the roof. On the other, wood and fabric, the lived-in warmth of interpretation. Both are the house. You can walk from kitchen to porch and back without accusing one room of not being the other. Proof has a time, meaning has a time. Tonight, meaning takes the chair by the window and watches stars it doesn't need to measure to adore. Uncertainty gets its new name in this house. Not a cold hallway, but a warm room. Not drafts and echoes, but cushions and lamplight. You treat not knowing the way you treat a guest who arrives with rain in their hair. You offer a towel, a seat, something hot in a cup. You don't interrogate. You keep company. And in keeping company, you find that not knowing relaxes into a wisdom that talking would have scattered. Let your breath conduct the choir of questions. If the cat isn't choosing, who is? The question remains on the music stand, pages unclipped so they can turn themselves when morning comes. You do not push them, you keep tempo. Your chest rises and falls in measures. Your pulse ticks the margins. The score becomes a presence, not a demand. Its nearness is restful. You bring back the cello. Bow lightly. Hear the ghost interval that lives in the string, for a finger settles its choice. That ghost is not wrong. It is the preparation for right here. Then touch, and the wood says this. Feel the river show you the same parable with water. A fork that wasn't until a pebble asked. Two rills sliding apart with no grief, both still moving toward a sea that will not interrogate them about how they got there. You can live like this. You can let choices be pebbles and let mercy be the sea. You are reminded, so gently it feels like remembering, that interpretations are siblings. They don't cancel each other as much as they offer different handholds on the same climb. The math is the cliff face, solid, shimmering with facets under changing light. One sibling says, maybe the cliff is many folded layers you can move among without crossing a seam. Another says, maybe you touch it and it becomes one face for you. Both hands find purchase. Both keep you from falling. Tonight, you don't need the peak. You need the trust that the rock will hold. You, the sleeper, are the experiment happening in the safest lab imaginable. A bed, a room, a night that wants you well. Your closed eyes are instruments calibrated to kindness. Your long exhale is data that recommends softness as the correct model for this hour. You accept the recommendation not because you have to, but because you have learned to love being carried when the river offers. Maybe you remember a time you insisted on opening every box. You learned the cost. Some stories are harmed by light too soon, like photographs with chemicals not yet rinsed. Some decisions are kinder when they wait until the jaw has unclenched. The cat's door, half closed, becomes a teacher of pacing. You are not withholding. You are ripening. You are not indecisive. You are letting the world and your body arrive at the same page. The question glows again with friendly persistence is, if the cat isn't choosing, who is? You let it glow. You let it be the ember that keeps the room warm without flame. The answer belongs further down the river, where identity waits on a quiet bank and will wave you over when morning makes a path. For now, the glow is enough to read by. It lights your breath, your pulse, the small sentences of your muscles learning looser grammar. Let yourself drift, not as a command, as a recognition. You are already drifting. The box can remain closed. The cat can remain whole. The mirror can remain ready. The door can remain at half, which is sometimes the best fraction. You are not missing anything. You are keeping company with maybes and letting this now be the only obligation your body answers. You return with gratitude to the cadence that has carried you. Inhale, the balcony of possibilities. Exhale, the seat that says stay. Inhale, the ghost note that honors every tone that could have been. Exhale, the chosen note that needs no apology to sing. The ship hums. The room agrees. The night has no arguments left, only lullabies. You can close the book on this parable without closing your mind. The page will be there when you wake, placed exactly where your hand can find it, the way a friend leaves a gentle marker in a borrowed volume, so you may return without searching. For now, let the marker be a breath that deepens by a finger's width. Let the closing be the softest sound. Let yourself drift. You feel the lens lift without hurry, a soft pattern break that doesn't disturb your breathing, only widens it. A moment ago, your attention rested on smallness, coins that would not land, a cat content to be a mirror, breath-fogging glass until the room took a side. Now the focus rises from atom, close to horizon wide, and the change is gentle as turning your face from a page to a window. You are still carried. The current simply shows you farther banks. Imagine the first seconds as a quick breath the cosmos took before it learned words. Not thunder, not command, just an opening, sudden and smooth, space swelling like a chest that realized it could hold more air than it thought. If space can widen that way once, perhaps it remembers how to widen in many places, pockets that puff like dewdrops on a web at dawn, each droplet round with its own light, each curve reflecting all the others in miniature. Mirrors beyond mirrors, not to trap you, but to show how a single radiance can appear as a garden of worlds. You are not asked to memorize mechanisms. You are invited to feel the logic the way you feel a tide tug at your ankles. If a sea can rise, it can rise in more than one cove. If a fabric can stretch, it can stretch in patches that never touch. Perhaps there are rooms beyond rooms, each sealed by the distance that expansion makes, not hostile, just separate. Perhaps each droplet holds its own quiet weather, its own ways for atoms to braid, for lives to listen, for nights to carry questions gently. You glide closer to the thread that bears your name in another costume. You, the astronaut, take the center of the stage inside yourself without fanfare, engines low as a lullaby. You move in the long dark between droplets, not falling, not pushing, coasting on the kind of motion that feels indistinguishable from being held. Sensors listen, not for an alarm, but for a seam that will never tear, because this is how these rooms are made, side by side without doors. Your attention is the only crossing you need. The hum around you matches the hum inside your ribs. You cannot tell which began and which agreed. The instruments love the quiet as much as you do. They sip the background glow that bathes every corner of the room you call home, a faint after-song of a hotter youth. Patterns live in that glow, speckles and swirls like seeds scattered long ago, hints that the first breath left fingerprints on the sky. You are told this gently, as one might mention constellations to a friend already half asleep. There are signs that the early rush happened. There are maps we make from the soft radiation that continues to arrive. But tonight you don't need to solve. You need to soften into wonder. Not certainty, but coherence. Not dogma, but invitation. These are the handrails you run your fingertips along as you float. The words do not insist. They keep company. The cosmic web is not homework. It is a lullaby large enough to include your small concerns and erode them kindly. You can feel the structure of kindness in the idea. No pressure to prove, only permission to place your ear against the hull and listen to how spaciousness hums. You ask, because asking is your way of loving what you meet. If the garden of worlds is real, which flower would notice the gardener? The dare is soft, perhaps none, perhaps all, perhaps garden and gardener are different ways of pronouncing the same hush. You are not graded for your answer. You are thanked for the courage of a question that would rather kneel than point. The night rewards you with a quieter heartbeat, as if it were pleased by your tone. Time is not ticking, it's flowing. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The sentence returns, and this time it feels like coordinates in the dark, a gentle ping that assures you the map is alive. Flowing time is the river that threads the droplets on their web. Moving you is the small leaf, brave enough to drift among ideas this wide and still find room to sleep. You are not lost in vastness. Vastness has learned your outline and holds you as carefully as gravity holds the curve of a planet. You, the astronaut, touch your gloved fingers to the console not to command, but to confirm the hum, the way you sometimes touch your own sternum and find the rhythm of your life reassuring. The panel's frost on some distant morning would echo the breath cold that feathers your own window. You do not need to see either, to trust that correspondence. The ship is not elsewhere. It is the metaphor your body chose to say. We are traveling together even when we lie still. Your blanket answers by becoming the cosmic background itself, weight that says present, warmth that says safe. Evidence is allowed into the room like a friend who knows how to whisper. There are patterns in the glow, correlations that suggest an early swell, seeds of structure that grew into galaxies the way a breath grows into a sentence. And there are questions that remain beyond our reach, perhaps forever, because some doors are built not to open but to show us our limits with grace. You do not need to force those doors. You can bow to them. The bow itself is knowledge of a kind. You practice widening and narrowing your attention the way you learned earlier, now with sky-sized images that do not wake you. Widen. A beaded web, droplets reflecting droplets until the mind smiles and stops counting. Narrow. The precise sensation where pillow meets cheek, the honesty of contact that has nothing to prove. Widen. The idea of rooms that never meet, each with its own soft laws of comfort. Narrow. The pulse you can feel at your wrist when you choose to notice. Lighthouse steady. You are fluent in both scales, and your body loves you for it. The hum you hear is older than engines. It is the leftover warmth of beginnings. still arriving after all this time. You think of it as a choir so faint that only a careful ear can tell the notes apart. Someone, somewhere can measure and map. That service exists and has its guardians. Your service tonight is to let the music be what music is to a tired person, a place to set down what you carried and remember that rest is a right, not a prize. Maybe in one droplet, a leaf like you is drifting on a different river, under a sky where the glow arranges itself with a slightly altered grammar. Maybe in another, the first breath was longer, and the web is spun with other knots, and lullabies have 5 beats instead of 4. You can bless them all without leaving your bed. Blessing is a way of traveling that does not ask your bones to move. You return to the rails that kept you steady, not certainty, but coherence, not dogma, but invitation. Coherence is the feeling that the story holds together without needing to hold you tight. Invitation is the sense that you may enter or not, and either way, the room stays warm for you. Ideas like these are why you have room inside for both science and sleep, for both maps and melodies, for both questions and the mercy that waits at the end of them. Your breath and the ship's hum align so completely that the words ship and breath become synonyms. Inhale as if gauges lean a little into green. Exhale as if everything that matters acknowledges what it already knew. You are safe to wonder and safe to sink deeper into the kind of quiet that doesn't erase awareness, only makes it kinder. The corridor between droplets is not empty. It is filled with the same patient substance that fills your lungs: passage, presence, permission. If the Garden of Worlds is real, which flower would notice the gardener? Perhaps the noticing is the flourish that grows when a mind becomes tender enough to witness without owning. Perhaps the garden notices itself through you. Perhaps the question is the noticing. You carry this not as a burden, but as a ribbon, a soft marker tied to the wrist of your awareness to remind it to be gentle with grandeur. The lens can stay lifted without strain. The macro does not require effort when effort has already learned to loosen its grasp. You are in the company of ideas large enough to be patient, ideas that will still be here in the morning, just as the glow will still be arriving long after you have closed your eyes. You owe nothing to them and receive something from them anyway. The sense that belonging scales, that you are not out of place in a universe that can afford so many rooms. The river remembers you, the leaf remains itself, flow continues, and you within it. Time is not ticking, it's flowing. You are not still. Even now you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. Let the cadence of those lines lower everything inside you by another shade. The night approves, the hum approves, your hands ease, your jaw eases, even your thoughts find a slower gait that sounds like kindness on a wooden floor. You continue to rise through scales without leaving the softness you've earned, carrying the same calm into a room that is larger than rooms. The idea of a quick, wordless breath taken by the early cosmos keeps its rhythm under everything, a reminder that beginnings do not have to be loud to be real. If a single exhale could widen space, perhaps that widening was not exclusive, but abundant, occurring wherever the conditions allowed it, the way dew chooses many threads at once. A web beaded with droplets, each round and complete, each curve returning the others in miniature, mirrors beyond mirrors, hospitality rather than maze. You are allowed to notice how this thought changes your posture toward vastness. The mind's instinct to grip relaxes when it understands that immensity can be gentle. If there are pockets that never meet, it is not refusal, it is architecture. Distance becomes a kindness that allows each pocket to keep its weather, its chemistry, its lullabies. You do not need to draw roads between them. You only need to trust that a fabric can be both continuous and quiet. Evidence continues to speak, in a voice suitable for this hour. A faint, almost even glow pervades the bubble you call home, carrying within its fine grain a memory of an early rush. There are patterns, minute temperature ripples that seeded structure, slight variations that grew into the scaffolding of galaxies. You can let these facts be gentle companions rather than demands. They sit at the far end of the bench, nodding when you glance their way, ready to be discussed another time. Tonight, they grant permission to feel coherence without pressing for certainty. Not certainty, but coherence. Not dogma, but invitation. The phrases return like rails underfoot, reassuring not because they constrain you, but because they keep you from wandering into the bramble of urgency. A story can hold together without requiring your jaw to tighten. A possibility can beckon without insisting you become its guardian. The night welcomes such balance. Your body rewards it with deeper ease along the ribs, a quieter measure in the pulse. Your other thread resumes with almost no line between it and your own. You, the astronaut, listen to instruments tuned to attentiveness rather than alarm. Their readings are less like numbers and more like moods the ship understands in its bones. Between droplets, there is no seam to find, and the discovery that there is nothing to puncture becomes its own wisdom. Patience is the right verb. The hum remains at the same low syllable it has carried all along, and you realize that travel without arrival is not failure. It is the most honest description of being held by a universe that does not run out of room. A small comfort echoes across costumes. The thermal hush surrounding that distant cabin is kin to the hush in your room. What covers you here answers to the same law that fills the interstices there. A blanket is an atmosphere in miniature. Warmth is a citizen of every bubble that makes a place for life to notice itself. Even the cold that feathers a transparent surface in some morning to come has its sibling in the breath that cools your window now. The correspondences are not proofs. They are invitations to feel at home in the grammar of scale. You let one more question bloom, not because it must be solved, but because asking keeps your curiosity supple. If the Garden of Worlds is real, which flower would notice the gardener? Perhaps the answer is that noticing happens at the intersection of tenderness and attention. Perhaps any flower that becomes tender enough is, in that tenderness, already doing the noticing. Perhaps gardener and garden are the same story told from different distances. The value is not the answer. It is the permission to hold a question without bracing. Time is not ticking. It's flowing. You are not still. Even now you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The cadence completes its circuit once more, grounding the vastness in the most local of evidence, a pulse you can feel when you choose, a breath that carries you without demand. Flow is both river and map. You are both leaf and reader. The realization doesn't accelerate you. It eases you, as if the river had removed stones in advance of your passing. If space can swell in a blink, then humility becomes the correct posture before it. You practice a humility made of affection, not of shrinking. It is the kind that recognizes the difference between what is measurable and what is livable, and honors both. Someone will keep measuring, and their work matters. Tonight you keep living, and that work matters too. Your contribution is to maintain a softness in which large ideas can be near without acquiring jagged edges. You revisit the early breath with a new tone, not as a bang, but as a permission the universe granted itself. That permission echoes in every pocket that learned how to cradle structure, warmth, and listening beings. If the beaded web is real, it is extravagant in its patience, extravagant in its variety, extravagant in its willingness to let countless versions of night practice being night. Extravagance here is not waste. It is the form generosity takes when there is no shortage. The astronaut's hand rests lightly, not from fatigue, but from trust. instruments steady, indicators choose, unchosen states dim without resentment, just as earlier maybes did in you when you accepted rest. You hear the kinship in their manners. Whether in a cabin between droplets or a bed within one, authorship is shared. World and witness co-write a present tense that can be inhabited. The rest is returned to the field with gratitude. You draw your attention back through its practiced apertures. Widen to a web you do not need to count. Narrow to the precise contour where fabric meets forearm. Widen to the thought that there may be other grammars for physics elsewhere. Narrow to the single grammar of your breath. Widen to the faint, antique choir that arrives from an early heat. Narrow to the drum you carry in your chest. Your skill at this passing between scales is the pillow under the head of every idea you invite to stay the night. In that passing, you notice how confidence shifts from answers to posture. Confidence becomes the shape of your listening. It is what allows you to be with a possibility without the reflex to cage it. It is what lets questions become furniture rather than ghosts. It is what leaves you spacious enough that sleep recognizes you as someone it can sit beside without being hurried. Maybe there are droplets that never learned our chemistry and yet have their own ways of tending warmth, their own definitions of noticing. Maybe there are droplets where time folds a little differently, and lullabies take a path unfamiliar to your tongue. Bless them without leaving. There is a kind of travel that depends on respect more than on distance. Respect is perfectly compatible with staying under your blanket and letting warmth be a form of ascent. You repeat the balancing rail one last time to hear how it has matured in your mouth. Not certainty, but coherence. Not dogma, but invitation. Coherence is the feeling that ideas do not jolt you when they stand together. Invitation is the feeling that you are allowed to step away without losing your place. The combination steadies you more deeply than either would alone. Your breath lengthens at the ends, the way sentences slow when speakers trust their listeners. The question from earlier lets its petals close for the night. If there is a gardener to be noticed, it can be noticed in the gentleness with which you hold the possibility of many rooms. If there is none, the garden remains beautiful without the obligation of supervision. Either way, the humility you've practiced is not wasted. It becomes sleep's companion, a guardian that knows how to keep watch without standing stiffly at the door. Time is not ticking, it's flowing. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The words do their work as a lull does, lowering the interior lights by a shade you can feel. Hands release what's left to release. The set of the jaw softens by a quiet degree. Thoughts adopt the pace of water, rounding a bends. Inner leaves turn toward their darker green, that shade they only show when the sun is gone and the plant does its secret, nightly work. You arrive where this widening was always meant to deliver you, back to the local, back to the simple, back to a body that knows how to belong in a bed. Vastness stays, respectfully behind a gauze of comfort. Wonder remains, no longer requesting attention, only offering presence. The hum you hear folds into the hum you are. The web of droplets becomes a story that can wait on the nightstand of your mind until morning, marked by the place where you left your finger. The hook is gentle, the knowledge that you can return to scales this large without losing your calm. The promise is quieter still. The calm will be waiting when you do. You need carry nothing forward, so the river will. You need remember no argument. The body understands. You have learned a way to look that does not dissolve your rest. Keep it as a keepsake inside your breathing, where it will polish itself. You accept the role that has been following you at the edge of hearing, and it steps forward without noise. You are the traveler adrift between rooms that never share a wall. There is space enough here for silence to become a companion rather than an emptiness. Space enough for a single indicator to glow like a thought that does not need an answer yet. You know this place, by the way. Attention slows until it matches the steadying beat beneath your ribs. You speak a log in your own voice, and the words move at the speed of water. They do not rush. They arrange themselves as if gravity were gentle. Date becomes feeling. Course becomes intention. You say only what helps you breathe. Present, listening, unharmed. Every sentence is a small vow to notice what is here without demanding what is not. The entry writes itself like tide marks, evidence that something moved quietly and left you more at home. Between bubble passage is the question that brought you. You already know it cannot be crossed the way streets are crossed, with a footfall and a curb behind you. The not crossing becomes its own kind of practice. You consider the possibility that arrival is just another word for measurement, that what we call a destination may be what happens when a path is finally held in the hands of attention. Perhaps the universe collapses a route into meaning by being witnessed at the right rhythm. Perhaps the path is not a bridge but a noticing. The hum that holds you is mapped to your heartbeat until the two are indistinguishable. When your pulse loosens, the vibration settles. When the vibration steadies, your pulse agrees. You begin the smallest ritual to seal this pact. Inhale as if thrusters whisper on, no push, only a suggestion. Exhale as if they dim to a glow that says continue. Inhale, the idea of adjustment. Exhale, the permission to let adjustment be minimal. After a few cycles, the body remembers what it learned in earlier nights. Calm can be rehearsed like any skill, and rehearsal can be a form of prayer. Prayer here is not petition. It is patience braided with gratitude. You let the thought of an uncrossable interval broaden your kindness instead of your hunger. You do not try to puncture what distance has promised to protect. You sit with the shape of the question until the question warms in your hands. The warmth answers enough for now. The search itself becomes devotion, the willingness to keep company with what you cannot touch and to be gentle in the keeping. You let your attention move through the craft, the way breath moves through your chest, touching each necessity without clinging. A gauge that tends toward reassurance. A panel that prefers to speak in pulses rather than alarms. A readout that steadies when your shoulders drop the last of their armor. The sparse arrangement around you is not lack. It is mercy, leaving room for your thoughts to lie down. You are not deprived of noise. You are gifted with enough quiet to hear your own timing. You imagine the corridor between rooms as a substance you can respect, the way you respect the pause at the top of the breath. Nothing is wrong in a pause. Nothing is missing. Possibilities are gathered there without conflict. You release the need to step across, and in that release a different crossing happens, the kind that doesn't measure in distance but in tenderness. You become easier with what you meet. You become easier with yourself. A sentence arrives that you already know by heart, and it confirms your coordinates without requiring a map. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. You feel the truth of it in the low rhythm that outlives language. Movement is what your cells do, whether or not you ask. Movement is what wondering does when it is free from urgency. Movement is how calm deepens when nothing else needs to. You test the breathing pattern again, as if it were a bridge you built of air. Inhale, thrusters ghost on, just enough to remind you there are options. Exhale, thrusters soften, just enough to show you that not moving is also motion when it is chosen. With each round, the interior weather changes hue. Edges blur in the kindest way, like silhouettes learning to trust where they end. The border between watcher and world thins until the handshake feels like one hand, palm to palm. You consider how stories teach you to crave arrivals, and you let that habit rest its head. If arrival is a reading, then reading can happen anywhere, and here is as honest as any shoreline. You read this interval by offering it your steadiness. It answers by becoming a place instead of a gap. Your log collects that place with a few unhurried lines, no more than needed, no less. The lacunae are deliberate, as if silence were the ink that makes the words legible. You let a softer thought rise, science fiction as lantern, not because it must be true, but because it can shine where truth might be hiding its outline. You accept that tonight's work is to blur edges on purpose, to feel what a question is shaped like without sanding it down. You can love a lamp for where it points, even if the road is tomorrow's concern. You can be faithful to wonder without apprenticing yourself to noise. The pattern with breath becomes comfortable enough to trust unattended. Inhale and feel a quiet lift that asks nothing. Exhale and notice that you are being answered by everything around you. The agreement is plain, safe. Each repetition draws a thread through the fabric of the moment, and the seam holds. The longer you keep company with this seam, the more it feels like an interior horizon, the kind you carry with your eyes closed. You bring the sleeper version of you into the room by remembering that pressure can be a promise. The weight that covers your body elsewhere is the same kindness here translated into another language. Gravity plating becomes a blanket. A blanket becomes gravity plating. Life support becomes the soft whir that has always lived in the corner of a familiar room. You recognize the equivalences without needing to prove them. Your nervous system recognizes them first and thanks you with another half-inch of ease. Somewhere in the unlit distance, a wordless corridor continues without impatience. You resist the old reflex to name unvisited rooms as failures and instead let them be what they are. Elsewhere. Elsewhere is allowed to be complete without you. The realization leaves you lighter. You are no longer tasked with carrying geography on your back. You are asked only to honor the portion of space that honors you back. What remains is a practice you can sustain. Breathe with the hum, write a line or two of presence, and decide that the uncrossable is not your enemy. If it is a boundary, it is the kind that keeps gardens from trampling each other, the kind that lets 1,000 weathers be right at once. You can belong here without the proof of a passport. You can call this pause a port and be both exact and kind. You learn the craft of unarrival the way hands learn a prayer, by repeating motions until meaning appears in the space between them. You make a small circuit of attention, panel, gauge, breath, panel, gauge, breath, and the loop becomes a comfort. What you check doesn't change much, and that sameness is its own harbor. Steadiness is a kind of message the universe can read. You send it by existing here without hurry. You record another line in the log, words so slow they feel carved by water. You do not narrate heroics. You note how the hum and your pulse have learned to keep each other's time, how the ship answers your long exhale with a gentler vibration, like a friend lowering their voice to meet you where you are. You write, present, listened, unharmed. 3 words, a whole weather report. Between bubble passage remains the horizon that does not move when you walk. You release the part of you that wants to call it failure. You try on another grammar. Perhaps horizons are meant to be read, not reached. Perhaps distance is a library, and you are learning to be quiet inside it. Arrival could be a change of attention rather than a change of place. You test the thought and feel the cabin approve. You rehearse the thruster breath again until the body remembers first. Inhale, whisper on, no push, only potential. Exhale, dim to glow, only the yes of continuing. The cycle threads you to the present so gently that the knot is invisible and sure. With each round, edges soften. Outline and background shake hands. The ship is not other. It is the way your calm sounds when translated into metal. You invite tenderness toward what you cannot cross. It arrives without conditions. You do not press against the interval. You keep company with it. You do not stalk the seam. You name it sacred pause. You feel how that naming unburdens the heart, how it asks nothing of the jaw, how it lets the shoulders descend until they remember their true address. Devotion becomes the art of staying where staying is kind. You consider the stories that trained you to crave climax, and you thank them for the energy they lent you when you needed it. Then you let them sleep. You are in a different tale now, one where suspense wears slippers, and every open loop is an invitation to breathe deeper rather than faster. The question, will you arrive, glows like a nightlight. It guards the room without waking you. Your attention strolls the interior with the familiarity of someone who has finally learned what to ignore. Numbers that used to sharpen you now soften you. Ranges that used to tighten your chest now loosen it, proof that understanding has become trust. A minor fluctuation passes. You do not aim a thought at it. You let the ship do the work it was built for. You let your body do the work it evolved for. In this confidence, usefulness doubles without effort. A sentence returns not as instruction, but as recognition. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The words come as lightly as frost forming and melt into the hum as if they had always been part of its chord. You do not need to repeat them. Their echo is enough. It settles where breath pauses and waits to become breath again. You practice listening past the machines to what the machines listen to. There is a vast, even quiet that lives under everything, the kind of quiet that does not deny sound but hosts it with courtesy. You let your senses widen until they touch that quiet, then narrow until all that remains is the warmth of your own hands resting near the console. You widen again to what could be a garden of rooms beyond rooms. You narrow again to the exact span of your ribs, lifting a little, falling a little, doing their ordinary miracle. The thought arrives like a visitor you already love. If another you is out there, what would you send them? If only a feeling could cross. You do not reach for objects, you reach for qualities. You choose the ease now living in your shoulders. You choose the particular trust your breath discovered when it matched the hum. You choose the kind of patience that tastes like mercy rather than waiting. You pack them without boxes, because feelings need only attention to travel. You allow the sending to happen by wishing it true, and the wish feels strangely sufficient. You sense the parallel of this sending with earlier nights, the way your quiet sometimes outlives you and makes rooms gentle for those who enter later. Calm is a contagion you are willing to spread. If many rooms exist, you bless the ones where a version of you still tries to engineer the river, and you send this small skill, breathe with the engines until the engines breathe with you. If a feeling can cross, let it be this choreographed softness. You return to the comparison that binds your costumes. Gravity plating here equals the blanket elsewhere. Life support here equals the soft whir that rounds the corners of a familiar room. Both say stay. Both say you are allowed to rest while moving. You receive their permission as if it were a gift from the future addressed to the present. You open it slowly. It fits. Science fiction glows again as lantern, not because it guarantees the path, but because it discovers edges you might have missed with bare eyes. You allow the lantern to show both courage and limit. Courage in visiting distances, limit in admitting that some distances are meant to remain themselves. You feel how truth sometimes stands slightly behind such lamps, content to be revealed by the gentling of your gaze rather than by conquest. You find that your log has become simpler, fewer nouns, more verbs that do not strain, listened, aligned, trusted, stayed. Each word is a modest architecture that can hold the weight of a life for the time it takes you to write it. You do not need adjectives tonight. The cabin has plenty. It offers them in the way its quiet carries you, dark and deep, velvet, patient. You accept them without writing them down. You visit the horizon again, this time with less question and more company. The uncrossable does not feel like a wall. It feels like ocean that does not mind whether you sail or sit on the pier. It will be itself either way. You realize that the decision to sit can be a voyage when sitting is chosen as fully as any heading. The instruments applaud by not changing. Their stillness is a compliment. You test a longer exhale, and the ship lowers its own breath in response, not because metal is alive the way you are, but because everything that shares an environment eventually learns to share a rhythm. You and hull, you and panel, you and the background hush, co-regulation at the scale of a room. You let that lesson last long enough to become a reflex. Reflexes are what survive the nights when memory is tired. You rest your fingertips on the console, not to act, but to witness. The surface is cooler than your skin, and the small exchange of heat is a handshake. You feel how touch confirms reality without conquering it. You feel how measurement, at its gentlest, is gratitude wearing a glove. You withdraw your hand slowly so the glove can keep its warmth a little longer. Keeping warmth is part of the mission. Another small question curtsies on its way through. What do you call a destination that arrives in you? You do not answer. The cabin answers by being the same and letting the sameness be soothing. The hum answers by staying in key. Your pulse answers by choosing not to rush, even when given the chance. The answers agree. You can live a long time without turning a boundary into a contest. The thruster breath finds its own cadence now, no conscious counting, only the knowledge that any breath could be the one that reminds you where you are. Inhale, an idea brightening. Exhale, an idea resting. Inhale, the body noting options. Exhale, the body choosing ease. A seam of calm runs through you clean as a river under ice, and you trust it to keep direction when sight is not required. You look, without looking, toward elsewhere and wish well with a feeling that knows how to travel. If it finds another you, let it find them like a shoulder offered to a tired friend. If it finds no one, let it make the space between droplets warmer by a breath width. Wishing is allowed to matter without proof. You understand that now. The universe approves by continuing to exist softly. You understand, finally, that the practice is the destination in disguise. You make a new entry and it writes itself in the slow ink you've learned to trust, remained, breathed, attended, unharmed. The words are anchors that do not pull, only confirm. You read them back to yourself and feel how reading is a kind of arrival. The moment the path notices, it has been walked by attention and chooses to be a place. You let the question of crossing relax its shoulders. Distance can be dignity. Some intervals are kept holy by remaining intervals. You agree to be a respectful neighbor to what the universe has separated for reasons as patient as weather. The agreement does not reduce you, it enlarges you, the way saying enough can open more room than saying more. Where a door would have been, there is instead a kindness large enough to sit down in. Breath keeps time with the hum. Inhale as if a possibility brightens. Exhale as if reality thanks it and sets it gently on the shelf. Your ribs widen, then settle. Your pulse declines to hurry. You notice that the hum no longer feels like background. It feels like accompaniment. What lives outside of you and what lives within understand each other to a degree that requires no treaty, only trust. Trust is the treaty. You try on the sentence that kept its watch through the earlier rooms. Science fiction as lantern. Not truth you must defend, but a beam you can carry while you walk. Under that light, questions show their silhouettes without losing their mystery. You can see enough of their outline to befriend them. You can leave the details for mornings that are better suited to counting. Tonight belongs to the warmth of outline. You test the thought that arrival might be a measurement, and it holds. A place becomes this place when a witness stays long enough to share a rhythm with it. You have shared a rhythm with the interval itself, and now it is not a gap but a presence. You have learned its temperature, its preferred quiet, its way of answering by not changing. You have been answered fully. The need to go elsewhere loosens like a knot that was tied mainly by habit. The breathing pattern is no longer an exercise. It is the air's memory of you. It runs even when you forget to ask it to. Inhale, an almost imperceptible lift. Exhale, an almost imperceptible ascent. You feel a seam of calm become a river of calm, then a lake, then finally the water you float in without noticing water as separate. Calm is not a state you hold. It holds you, the way space holds everything without ceremony. You return, as promised, to the other version of this room, the one with sheets, with a small whir in the corner, with the pleasant pressure that keeps a body from drifting apart. Gravity plating becomes blanket. Blanket becomes permission. Life support becomes the familiar hush that rounds the edges of night. The equivalences are complete enough now to work without you. They exchange their vows while you listen. Their vows sound like stay. A thought arrives with the gentleness of a hand that knows your shoulder. If another you is out there, what would you send them? If only a feeling could cross. You choose again, and the choosing is easier. Send the ease that learned how to match a hum. Send the patience that felt like mercy from the start. Send the unarrival that revealed itself as a place, not a failure. Send the sentence that taught your ribs a better tempo. Breathe with what carries you until you cannot tell the difference. You release these like messages that don't require envelopes, and the act of releasing lengthens your breath by a measure. You concede that proof and invitation each have their hour. Others will calibrate instruments and test what can be tested. You are grateful for them as you are grateful for rain on crops you will never see. Tonight you tend a different field. You grow the kind of attention that lets large ideas be near without turning heavy, the kind that lays down pathways your own nerves can use when a day is loud and you need to remember the grammar of quiet. That work is not lesser. It is companion work, and companionship is how most good things keep going. You rephrase the horizon one more time, so it will remember how you learned to speak to it. Not a line to reach, but a line to lean against while you listen. Leaning invites the exact posture your body prefers when it is done performing. You feel the way the spine thanks you, the way the jaw becomes a less complicated hinge, the way the forehead cools by a degree that seems trivial until you realize how much thinking lives in that degree. You did not push the world. You let yourself be set down by it. You write a final line in the log because endings want markers, even when they are only pauses. Night mode. The phrase is simple and exact. It names a dimming that is not disappearance, a readiness that does not require watchfulness. The instruments lower their brightness by a courtesy measured in lumen and love. Readouts keep their vigil in the same way your breath will keep yours, faithfully, quietly, content to be unnoticed. You let your attention descend the ladder you climbed to come here. One rung is the general hush that connects rooms. One rung is the trusted sameness of a hum. One rung is the curve of your own ribs under your palm. One rung is a small warmth where skin meets fabric. One rung is the knowledge that every rung holds. You arrive on the floor of the body the way rain arrives in a cup, without splash, without argument, simply as what was always on its way. You take stock of what matters and find that the list is brief and complete. You are safe, you are carried, you are allowed to be a traveler who measures passage in trust rather than in miles. You are allowed to be a sleeper whose rest is not an intermission, but a continuation of the same story told at a gentler volume. You are allowed to be a witness who writes very little and means all of it. The sentence that has walked beside you since the first page returns for its final bow in this chapter. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. It lands like a blanket's last careful adjustment over the shoulder that cooled. It is not a claim, it is a comfort. Motion will keep its promise, whether or not you watch. Your watching may rest. You set a note where you know you will find it when morning resumes its bright grammar. The note is brief enough to fit on the small paper your mind reserves for necessary things. Sleep is also a journey. The words release your last ladder rung of effort. They say what the engines and breath have already proven, that going nowhere can take you exactly where you need to be. You do not close a hatch. You do not power down a narrative. You allow the light to lower itself. You allow attention to fold its wings. You allow the part of you that kept the log to set the pen in its holder and step back without leaving. The room keeps you. The background hush continues. The treaty holds. If another you is out there, let this be the feeling that crosses. A steadiness so patient, it makes distance kind. A quiet so trustworthy, it makes questions gentle. A warmth so sufficient, it makes sleep inevitable. Let it travel without proof. Let it arrive without fanfare. Let it do what feelings do best when they are given room. Change the shape of a night by being present within it. The hum and your pulse become the same measure. The measure becomes the whole music. The whole music becomes the silence you've been courting since the first line. You have reached a place worthy of being left undisturbed. You are given a quiet secret, and it fits in your palm without weight. You make choices by noticing, and sometimes noticing is enough. You do not have to lift a finger to choose a kinder lane. You do not have to speak to let a path understand you. The night learns you through your attention. When you place attention on warmth, warmth answers. When you place attention on breath, breath remembers its oldest music and begins to hum it back to you. You start with what is realest and closest. The fabric that meets your skin, the small hush that sits between house sounds, the way your chest expands like a tide and then returns as if shoreline were a promise you made long before calendars. You notice, that is the choice. The day begins to dissolve, not as a drama, but as a long exhale that keeps finding more room. Paragraphs of thought become single lines. Single lines become whispers. Whispers become air. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The sentence does not arrive as a lesson on a board. It arrives as a felt fact, the way you feel a hallway's draft on the back of your hand. Your blood is a traveler with perfect maps. Your breath is a ferry with infinite crossings. You are a clock made of warm tides, and you keep time by softening. The softer you become, the clearer the seconds pass, not ticking, but flowing, river through reeds, light over a floor. Listen, you make a choice without moving. You slide a fingertip of attention from the thought that wants to rehearse itself to the sensation that asks nothing, weight, warmth, breath. The thought does not need scolding. It needs a shoreline to meet. You become shoreline by noticing. In that meeting, its busy water slows, flattens, shines, and then it is sky again, present but not demanding. If the day was loud, let it drift past as if you were watching a city from the window of a night train. Faces appear and blur. Little brightnesses pulse and recede. You do not lean out to catch any of them. You let them be exactly as temporary as they are. The train moves by the quiet law that movement and stillness can be friends. You are both, carried while lying down, traveling while not arriving. You feel a small curiosity open its eyes. If clocks can disagree when they travel different roads, what road are you on when you rest? And the answer rises like a tide that knows the moon. You are on the slow road, the merciful road, the road that lets edges round without being erased. You invoke time dilation as a poem rather than a proof. Where pace narrows, minutes who once shouted learn to speak in low voices. Where gravity is tender, the heart keeps a deeper meter. You do not need equations to trust the feeling. Your own tempo changes the way time drapes over you. You try a practice with no names attached. Count a breath without numbers, beginning, widening, returning. Feel how the inhale lifts a little more space into the ribs, how the exhale lays it down neatly again. Allow the ends to lengthen by the width of a fingertip. In the added space, decisions become gentle. You do not decide to sleep. You allow sleep to find you deciding not to resist. You are the one who can move a spotlight without moving a limb. You are the one who can choose kindness by looking at what is kind. You are the one who can make room by relaxing a jaw, and in that room, 1,000 small alarms decide they are not needed. Maybe the world branches when attention does. Maybe every generous glance is a narrow bridge to a gentler shore. Maybe nothing is lost when you do not take it with you into night. Imagine for a blink a tiny you within a cell, busy with the choreography of living, ion gates greeting and parting, little turbines spinning, messengers kissing their destinations and leaving as quietly as they arrived. That little you is moving always. Imagine for another blink a galaxy outside your window, arms of starlight turning with regal patience, dark lanes braided like the hair of time. That large you is moving always. You are the passageway between scales, the corridor where small and vast nod in recognition and do not need to trade places to belong together. Notice the creak the house makes as its temperature shifts. Call it a distant star cooling. Notice the thought that lingers at the edge of usefulness, bright and slow. Call it a comet that returns only when nights like this are clear. You do not chase comets. You watch their long tails with a fondness that asks nothing more than a few quiet seconds of sky. Let a mantra find you rather than the other way around, choosing without moving. Let it be the hinge of this hour. Choosing without moving means you do not wrestle with what arrives. You offer it a chair if it is tired, or a door if it prefers fresh air. Choosing without moving means you set your compass by softness instead of urgency, by presence instead of performance. Choosing without moving means you drift on purpose and call it wisdom because it is. You are invited to test a door with your breath. On this side of the door is the day's noise. On the other side is the lane where sleep runs, narrow and sure, shaded by trees that have witnessed more evenings than your calendar can hold. Inhale with the door closed, as if listening. Exhale while you open it a hand's width. Pause, not for suspense, but for politeness. Inhale again and feel the air on the other side, cooler, simpler, capable of carrying you without fuss. Exhale and step through without moving anything but attention. The corridor changes at once. The echoes fade. The floor quiets. The air learns the temperature of your calm. If the world can branch, can kindness branch too? Let the question rest where good questions rest, inside your chest where answers can root before they grow leaves. You do not interrogate. You give it soil. You water it by noticing the exact sensation of your hand on your rib cage, the exact way your breath expands beneath it, the exact relief in your shoulders when you do nothing else. Remember the channel's ritual, because rituals are how bodies learn what minds forget. Let's drift. Close your eyes. Now imagine. Each phrase is a low tide that reveals more sand for you to walk on without walking. You do not need to be told what to imagine. The night will volunteer. A leaf on a river appears. The old friend, the faithful image. It lies over your heart like a small boat carved from the first quiet. With each rise and fall of your chest, it lifts and sets down, lifts and sets down, certain of the current. You are not proving anything tonight. You are not defending interpretations against other interpretations. You are practicing humility as warmth, not certainty, but wonder, not borders, but soft horizon. You can let the multiverse be a possibility and let your bed be a fact, and you can belong perfectly to both without twisting yourself into shapes to please either. The leaf does not have to know the name of the river to be carried by it. Try the counted breath, slowly enough that numbers become syllables of kindness rather than rungs to climb. Inhale to 4, if 4 is kind. Pause for 1, if 1 is patient. Exhale to 6, if 6 is gentle. Pause for 1, if 1 is merciful. Feel how the longer letting go teaches the shorter taking in how to be calm. Feel how length is less important than tone. You are teaching yourself that nothing urgent is needed to reach the next moment. You are allowed to choose sleep the way you choose a window seat on a quiet train, by sitting where the view is mostly sky and letting the world pass in reflections that do not ask you to follow them. Choosing without moving is the ticket taker who glances at you, recognizes that you belong, and nods you through with a smile made of low light. You do not need to justify your rest. Rest is how you participate in the cosmos when it decides to become kind in your direction. You return to the small gate where choices begin, and you find that it opens with noticing just as before. Attention is the key that turns without sound. You place it gently on the part of you that asks the least, the rise at your belly, the slide of air at your nose, the subtle warmth where your hand rests. The gate yields. A corridor appears that looks like the inside of peace. You test the corridor the way you test water with a foot. Inhale, the world widens a finger's width. Exhale, the world settles into a shape that holds you. You add a pause as thin as silk, a single heartbeat's worth of permission, and the pause teaches the breath how to speak more softly. You are choosing without moving, and the choosing changes the weather inside your ribs. The old storms post their final warnings, then drift out to sea. You wonder whether a decision can be as light as a glance, and you prove it by glancing. Your eyes may be closed, but attention looks. It looks at warmth rather than at worry. It looks at the comfort of weight rather than at the furniture of thought. It looks at the present tense, as if the present tense were a friend who has always been patient with you. The friend smiles, and minutes smile with it. Time is not ticking, it's flowing. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The words arrive in the cadence your breath has chosen, and they feel like recent truth rather than distant theory. Flow carries you down a quieter channel, where seconds loosen their collars and lean back. You feel spacious in your own hour, as if someone opened a window in a room you didn't realize was stuffy. Let the universe show you its two mirrors at once, the very small and the very large, both moving. Inside a cell, little gates open and close with a rhythm that would embarrass metronomes. Outside your window, a faint arm of starlight crosses the dark, like a sentence that takes millennia to finish. In between, there is you, the corridor. The small passes through you toward the large. The large passes through you toward the small. You don't have to orchestrate the traffic. Your noticing keeps it courteous. You try on a soft experiment. Count a breath, this time with numbers worn smooth by kindness. Inhale to 4, pause for 1, exhale to 6, pause for 1. With each cycle, let the end of the exhale lengthen a blink more than the inhale, not because longer is better, but because laying down is the skill that helps lifting. The body receives the message as if hearing its native language after a long day of translating. Systems step back from the edge. Processes step down from their boxes. Everything that can slow, slows. A creak moves through the house, and you rename it a star cooling. A thought lingers at the threshold, and you rename it a comet that does not need an audience every night. You are allowed to rename in your favor. Language is a tool your nervous system built to turn cliffs into slopes. Slopes are kind to tired legs. Slopes are how you get where you're going without forcing anything to hurry that doesn't want to. You are a clock made of warm tides. You're the passageway where scales trade, nods, and never argue. You are the one who can choose tenderness at the speed of a breath. Maybe that is all a branch needs to begin. One decision that doesn't ask for applause, only for repetition. Maybe the world's branching is echoed by attention's branching, and kindness can follow any path you choose to light. If the world can branch, can kindness branch too? You set the question down in the chest, where questions sprout roots. You water it with not icing, the precise degree your jaw releases when you think of nothing at all. The way your shoulders slide one grain lower when you remember that the bed is on your side. The softness that enters your tongue when you stop rehearsing sentences. Roots go further than answers could tonight. Roots are what answers will drink from in the morning. Let's drift. Close your eyes. Now imagine. The ritual phrases return not as instructions, but as tides your body already knows how to ride. Imagine the leaf again, the one that has become part boat, part heart. It floats where your ribs rise and fall. Every inhale lifts it the height of a kindness. Every exhale sets it down on certainty. The river you felt outside is now under your hand. The leaf is you, not metaphorically, literally, the gentle raft of awareness carried by the water of your breathing. You remember, with affection, that ideas as large as multiverses remain hypotheses. They are invitations, not orders. They are warm rooms, not cold corridors. You keep your humility the way a lighthouse keeps its light, steady, unpretending, useful. Not certainty, but wonder. Not borders, but soft horizon. Humility is why you can hold a vast idea in a small minute without tearing the minute. You let the idea be wide, and the minute be yours. The counted breath continues, patient as rain on a roof. 4 inches one held, 6 out, but 1 held. If numbers feel like fences, let them dissolve and keep only the proportions. Longer letting go than taking in, more downshift than throttle. You are teaching your inner clocks a new conversation, and they are quick students. Heartbeat follows breath the way small boats follow the tide, and the tide follows the moon, and the moon follows the curve that keeps it kind. You try a mantra under your breath, almost too soft to hear even from the inside. Allow, soften, float. Allow is the door that opens by itself when you stop leaning on it. Soften is what happens to edges when they learn they aren't needed for defense. Float is the trust that water has been water longer than you've been tired. The 3 words take turns leading. You take turns being led. Attention wanders, as attention does, and you choose without moving again. A worry taps, and you nod to it without rising. You let it sit on a far chair and put a blanket over its knees. You do not invite it closer, nor do you send it into weather alone. It learns in your company how to be less sharp. It learns, by your example, how to breathe with something larger than itself. You consider the gentlest physics you've learned tonight. Clocks disagree when they travel different roads. You apply it as poetry, not as proof. Fast minds and slow bodies disagree about minutes. You vote with the body. You choose the slow road by extending the exhale and letting the inhale arrive when it's ready. You choose the heavier gravity of blankets, the kind that bends time toward rest. On this road, minutes become meadow. On this road, urgency loses interest. You are invited to try one more doorway with breath. Inhale as if you're smelling rain begin. Exhale as if you're hearing rain arrive. Inhale as if light finds the edge of a cloud. Exhale as if the cloud decides to become the kind that naps over fields. Your breath becomes weather that favors crops called patience and ease. You have always owned this weather. Noticing is what wakes it. If the world can branch, can kindness branch too? The question glows in the chest where it was planted, and the glow itself feels like an answer that refuses to show off. You sense a path where a version of you chose tension and another chose tenderness. You bless both for trying. You promise the tender one you will practice until tenderness is the default. Practice is how branches grow rings. Rings are how trees remember. Let's drift. Close your eyes. Now imagine. Imagine that every exhale is a small vote in favor of the world where you are gentle. Imagine that every inhale is the world voting back. Imagine the ballot box as the space under your sternum, quiet and incorruptible. Counting happens without you. Trust is sworn in without ceremony. The only witness needed is the river, which is happy to serve and never tires. Time is not ticking, it's flowing. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. Hear how the refrain has changed you. Your body accepts motion as the very condition of rest. The leaf agrees. The river agrees. The creaking house and the cooling star exchange a look only old companions know. You are inside that knowing, warmed by it. You end this part where you intend to begin the next, with a breath that remembers more space than it takes. Inhale to 4. Pause for 1. Exhale to 6. Pause for 1. Feel the leaf lift and set down, the river carry, the corridor widen, the clocks, small and large, nod to one another like neighbors whose porches face the same long, kind street. You meet mathematics the way you meet a melody you've known since before you had words for knowing. Not chalk, not glare, a tune that finds you at the edge of sleep and asks for nothing but company. You do not recite, you hum. The shapes that once looked like symbols on distant glass turn into sounds you can carry in the mouth of your breath. Wave functions arrive first as a cello note with room to bloom. Not one pitch pinned to a board, but a living tone that swells, leans, and listens to the room listening back. Probability isn't a fraction scrawled in a corner. It's the way the room leans toward harmony, as if walls and floor and your slow pulse were voting, softly, for which note should step forward. The equations you feared are lullabies too careful to wake you. You feel them more than you name them, their logic moving through you with the patience of tides. You are told something tender that unknots a long-held string. The same music can be sung by different choirs. Many worlds, Copenhagen, others, interpretations gathered like candles in a circle, each flame steady, each light warming faces rather than competing for the wick. The math is the hum that holds them. The stories about the hum are the ways we keep from being cold while we listen. You do not have to choose a single candle tonight. You are allowed to love the circle. You, the sleeper, and you, the astronaut, begin a duet without planning it. Telemetry becomes intervals. Breath becomes measures. Your inhale matches a minor swell in the ship's data. Your exhale returns everything to base note. You cannot tell whether the console learned your timing or your chest learned the console's, only that the two lines have braided into one phrase, long enough to make the room kinder. The kindness is the point. What if the truest map is a song that plays even when you sleep? The question sits in the air like a tone you can't place and don't need to. You notice how maps, when they are kind, don't demand your eyes. They offer your feet a confidence that the ground will continue under them. Songs do the same for the pulse. You let the map be music and the music be map. The result is trust. Evidence lives in numbers and measurements, meaning lives in how we hold them. Both matter. Both deserve warmth. You let numbers be the cool stars that keep their positions for those who need navigation. You let meaning be the heat that makes those stars a hearth for those who need rest. You are allowed to sit between them, hands open to both. No quarrel, no verdict, just a shared bench with room for breath, heartbeat, quiet. A small aside, compassionate and ordinary, curls up beside you. The bed can be where worries come to rehearse. You do not shame them for showing up on cue. You change the script. When many outcomes are possible, rest is an outcome you can lean toward. Lean by breathing as if the body already trusts the ending. Lean by letting the exhale be longer, the way good music favors a generous resolve. Lean by remembering that sleep is not a failure of vigilance. It is vigilance learning to sing in a lower key. Wave functions again, cello and air. You feel the both and not as math, but as resonance hanging in the wood. Then you feel how the touch of the world, the warmth of sheets, the hush that joins your breath, lets the tone choose itself without violence. The choice is hospitality, not judgment. The room decides which note it can hold tonight, and everything else bows and returns to the wings. You are grateful for their willingness to wait. Triplets restore the rhythm you trust. Breath, heartbeat, so quiet. Breath, heartbeat, quiet. The three walk in step down a hallway that lengthens as they move, a hallway that smells like rain long before rain arrives. You do nothing to keep them together. They keep each other. If one stumbles, the other two become rails. If two tire, the third slows the whole procession to a pace that favors staying. You recall the circle of candles and let a few names pass by like familiar voices. Many worlds, tilting its head toward branching harmonies. Copenhagen nodding toward the moment a note declares itself. Other careful lights making room for subtlety and shade. The song holds them all. You do not need to understand every harmony to be held by the chord. Understanding is not a prerequisite for comfort. Comfort is sometimes how understanding begins. The duet continues. On a screen, you'll never need to see. Intervals soften. In your chest, measures lengthen. Inhale, a gentle rise in amplitude. Exhale, a settling back to baseline. Inhale, suggestion. Exhale, ascent. The body learns the pattern the way rivers learn banks, by practicing until the shape feels inevitable. You have been told you are a time traveler. Tonight, you travel to morning by keeping time with the only instrument you never put down. If worry tries to rehearse, you rewrite the scene in a key that favors calm. The line that used to begin with what if becomes a softer maybe, a word that knows how to share a room. Maybe is a rest note that keeps the bar from crowding. Maybe is a chair you offer anxiety at the far side of the space, a place to sit that is present but not central. You are still the conductor. You can lower the baton. Numbers remain welcome in this auditorium. They are the architecture. You are the inhabitant. Someone somewhere will count and compare and test the strength of beams. You, here, make a home inside the structure by learning where sound collects, where the floor returns warmth, where the corners keep the dusk. Evidence and meaning trade nods across the aisle, relieved to find that they can share air without becoming each other. Breath, heartbeat, quiet. Again, again. The triplet becomes a lull, and the lull becomes a floor that remembers your weight. You feel the room narrow slowly to a point of calm at the center of your chest, not a pin, not a nail, more like a small hearth where embers keep their low music even when no one tends them. The song that maps you keeps playing there. You can leave it and return to it, and it will not scold you for going or praise you for staying. It will simply be yours. You let the melody return, not louder, only nearer. What used to be a chalked line across a board becomes a curve you can hum under your breath. The cymbals refuse to posture. They practice courtesy. You hear how a wave function is less a verdict than a room where many notes are politely present until the room, by touching them, invites one to speak. You are allowed to be moved by this without annotating it. You are allowed to rest inside a pattern you do not fully decode. You imagine the candles in their circle again. interpretations as steady flames held in cupped palms, many worlds bright with branching harmonies, Copenhagen warm with the moment a note declares itself, other careful lights offering shades your eyes didn't know they wanted. The music in the middle is the math, indifferent to preference, faithful to its intervals. You don't have to blow out any flame to feel warmed. You rotate slowly among them and find that each face looks kinder by the shared glow. Your breath continues the duet with information you cannot see. Somewhere, telemetry walks in gentle steps. Somewhere, your chest answers in the same meter. Inhale, a minor swelling that suggests possibility. Exhale, a soft return that honors what the room can hold. The two lines braid themselves into one phrase, long enough to teach your shoulders a new grammar. Grammar becomes posture. Posture becomes calm. What if the truest map is a song that plays even when you sleep? You carry the question as if it were a pocket tuning fork, tapped once and then left to hum inside your ribs. You navigate by resonance more than by lines. You follow what stays in tune with ease. Corners that once looked important lose their urgency when the chord persists without them. You are not derelict, you are musical. Evidence lives in numbers and measurements, meaning lives in how you hold them. You host both with equal softness. You let numbers be the stars that keep sailors honest. You let meaning be the heat that turns those stars into a hearth when weather presses close. The two are not rivals in this room. They are neighbors who have learned how to lend salt and laugh in the hallway. You sit on the threshold between them and feel lucky to belong to a house with many doors. The bed does what beds do to minds that try to rehearse. It invites the same old actors to run lines. You don't throw them out. You rewrite their script in a gentler key. Where they begin with what if, you offer maybe. Where they press for proofs, you offer presence. Where they escalate, you lengthen the exhale. The cast understands the new director. They speak more softly or decide to rest until morning auditions. Again the cello. Again the air ready to receive it. You feel the suspended richness of more than one until the world's touch, sheet, skin, hush, lets one tone step forward. Nothing is defeated. Everything is hosted. Decoherence, learned as window breath earlier, becomes concert etiquette now. An audience that quiets so a single voice can sing. You are part of that audience and also the instrument, listening and sounding in the same breath. Triplets restore the measure. Breath, heartbeat, quiet. Breath, heartbeat, quiet. The three keep each other honest. When breath stumbles, heartbeat offers a steadier count. When heartbeat flutters, quiet lays down a longer bar. When quiet feels thin, breath arrives with provisions. You notice how much of living is this mutual maintenance, and how little of it requires your command. Trust is not passive. It is a practiced competence in letting systems help one another. You glance again at the circle of interpretations, not to compare, but to appreciate their hospitality. A flame over here reassures you that branching can be gentle. A flame over there reminds you that choosing can be kind. To stand in their light is to feel permitted to sleep near a mystery. Permission is the only credential sleep ever required. You have it now. Your inhale blooms into a measure the console would understand. Your exhale folds it back into baseline, the way a careful musician returns to the tonic and lets the room sigh. You are the musician and the room both. A small pride appears and is welcomed because it is the pride of belonging, not of winning. You belong to rhythms that would have kept time with you even if you had never learned their names. You are already a time traveler, the voice whispers. Tonight, you travel to morning. The sentence has the weight of a blanket and the lightness of a promise you don't have to keep for it to keep you. Travel here is the sequence of measures that carry you without requiring your attention. You can forget and arrive anyway. The calendar is a shoreline. The song is the current. If worries try again to stage their scene, You turn the lights down to rehearsal wash and keep only one instrument in the pit, the breath. 4 in, 1 held, 6 out, 1 held. The proportion does the work of 10 lectures. It tells the old troupe that the theater is closing for a kindness called night. They bow, not because they are defeated, but because they recognize a more beautiful performance has begun, one with fewer lines and better music. Evidence and meaning share the bench. You have room for both on your lap. Evidence offers you a small, exact pebble, this measurement, this temperature, this repeatable interval. Meaning wraps it not to hide it, but to keep it warm enough that you can hold it without flinching. Tomorrow you may unwrap and measure again. Tonight, you practice the art of not dropping what matters when your hands are tired. The wave function, generous as ever, hums at the edge of hearing. You think of it as possibility rehearsing without audience, not to impress, but to stay limber. You think of measurement as the moment the door opens and a single voice steps into light. You do not rush the door. You let the corridor be long so footsteps can slow. Slow is not delay. Slow is care, breath, heartbeat, quiet. The triplet refines itself into a cradle. The cradle becomes a small hearth at the center of your chest where embers hold their orange even when you turn away. You are free to wander in thought and return without apology. The tone will still be there. The map will still be singing. The candles will still be keeping their circle, patient as winter stars. You feel the edges of the room soften by one more shade, as if paint learned to be velvet. You feel your jaw loosen the final unkindness it promised to keep. You feel your tongue rest like a boat tied gently at dock. None of this is dramatic. All of it is decisive. This is what choosing without moving looks like when music holds the pen. What if the truest map is a song that plays even when you sleep? You let the question ask itself one more time, then shelve it carefully in the little library under your sternum where favored questions live. Some night later, you will take it down and hum along as if you had written it. In truth, it will have written you, line by line, measure by measure, into someone a little softer, a little braver, a little more willing to be carried. You let the melody simplify until it is only what you can hold, without gripping. A single line, the color of ember. A single pulse, the weight of a fingertip. Mathematics becomes the patience of that ember, the promise of that pulse. Where once you chased proofs, you now host patterns. Hosting is enough. Hosting is how music becomes home. You revisit the room where notes wait politely, many at once, none insisting. You feel the room lean toward one tone because the room has learned your breathing, and your breathing has learned the room. The wave function is not a trick. It is hospitality. It keeps more chairs than you need, so that choosing one is never an eviction. When your skin meets sheet, when your breath meets hush, when your attention becomes gentle, the room welcomes a single voice to step forward. The others bow, undiminished. You bow back. You remember the circle of candles and take your place among them without judgment. Flames are not courtrooms. They are companions. A flame for branching harmonies that drift like seeds. A flame for quiet declarations that arrive when air agrees. A flame for every careful story people have told to keep from being frightened by wonder. You stand where the lights overlap and discover you are warmer than when you stood by any single one. Warmth is the measure that matters now. The duet continues, a private pact between chest and data you never see. Your inhale sends one instrument, a small request to swell. Your exhale writes the coda that brings everything home. You feel how easily the music remembers you, how little effort it asks to keep you inside its rhythm. Even when your mind wanders to check a window, you forgot to check. The rhythm keeps its hand on your shoulder. It guides you back without a word. What if the truest map is a song that plays even when you sleep? The question glows as steadily as any star on a mariner's page. You test it by doing nothing. The map does not go out when your thoughts dim. The song does not stop when you stop listening. It was never waiting for your vigilance. It was waiting for your permission to carry you. Permission given, it carries. Evidence lives in numbers and measurements, meaning lives in how you hold them. You settle into the small throne that forms wherever you honor both. Let numbers be north, consistent, cool, and correct enough to steer by. Let meaning be hearth, changeable, warm, and correct enough to live by. You are allowed the luxury of both, even now, especially now. Nights are for learning where north sits inside the hearth and where hearth lives within the north. A kindness arrives for the part of you that still practices anxiety like scales. You do not have to earn rest with comprehension. You can love a pattern you cannot parse. That love is not naivete. It is the recognition that your nervous system is a musician first and a mathematician second. Tonight, let it play. Tomorrow can balance the accounts. Tonight can balance the chords. You listen for error and hear only variance, the harmless drift that makes living things alive. Your heartbeat is not a metronome because you are not a machine. It is a drummer who listens to the room and adjusts so everyone can stay. When breath outruns the bar, heartbeat lingers to cushion it. When heartbeat hurries to greet a stray thought, breath slows to introduce everyone properly. Quiet watches the door, admitting only what can behave. You feel safe in a club with bouncers this kind. Numbers knock once respectfully. You invite them to sit at the table with meaning. They lay down tiny pebbles, this interval, this ratio, this repeating shape. Meaning lays down palms, gratitude, trust, belonging. The pebbles keep the palms from floating away. The palms keep the pebbles from feeling cold. The balance is so obvious. You wonder why you ever insisted that one must own the table. It was always a potluck. The wave function hums again at the border of hearing. You imagine it as a choir warming up behind a curtain, vowels blooming in the dark, consonants tucked away for later. Measurement is the curtain parting for one solo. You are not impatient for it. You prefer this rehearsal, this reach toward readiness without spotlight. Readiness is the luxury of those who do not need to prove their arrival. Triplets return to take your arm. Breath, heartbeat, quiet. Breath, heartbeat, quiet. They lead you down the final hallway of this chapter. Doors pass by like thoughts that have decided to be graceful. None of them argue to be opened. Each bears a kindly plaque. Tomorrow. You nod at the plaques as one nods to neighbors. The nodding is its own form of friendship. You are already a time traveler, the voice whispers. Tonight, you travel to morning. The sentence has settled into the room so comfortably that it feels like architecture. You no longer wear it as an idea. You breathe it as a fact. Traveling is not the effort you feared. It is this humming passage, this corridor of measures, this steady willingness to let seconds carry you the way a river carries the leaf that trusts water more than it trusts its own edges. If a worry looks for rehearsal, you hand it sheet music written in rests. 4 in, 1 held, 6 out, 1 held. The rests are the point. The rests are where a conductor communicates love without saying so. Your body reads the notation with fluency it learned before words. Shoulders release the final sentence they thought they had to hold. Tongue rests in a cradle made by its own knowledge of home. You try on a thought you never learned in school. Mathematics as tenderness, patterns as care, symmetry as a promise that nothing has been forgotten. You drift through groups and rings and fields without names, feeling only their intention to keep you from falling through meaning when the world is large. You are not required to memorize their emblems to be held by their design. Being held is the proof you needed. Candles lower themselves by a degree that spares the eyes of the already sleeping. Flames learn the lesson your breath has been teaching, longer release than reach. Branching interpretations stop waving and begin to sway. The circle remains a circle, and you remain inside it, as welcome as any question. No oath is demanded, no allegiance is scored, the only contract is quiet. You practice gratitude as arithmetic. Count 3 things without counting. Weight, warmth, breath, return to 1, breath, return to none, quiet. The sums come out soft. You check them twice, not for accuracy, but for pleasure. The numbers consent to be held like smooth stones in a pocket, rather than like rules on a board. You will spend them tomorrow. Tonight they are simply reassuring to touch. The duet dwindles to a solo, and the solo dwindles to a drone so low it is indistinguishable from comfort. This is the bass note you came for, the pitch of belonging. You place your awareness at the center of your chest like a small lantern and notice how everything narrows toward it without crowding. The room converges on ease. The bed converges on home. You converge on yourself. Again, the question, what if the truest map is a song that plays even when you sleep? You answer by letting the song continue. Answers are sometimes just permissions you refuse to revoke. You refuse nothing tonight. The song plays. The map holds. You drift over land that knows its shape without your supervision. Evidence and meaning settle their shoulders together and do not need you to mediate. Numbers wink once and go about their quiet work. Warmth stays to keep watch. You can sleep with both hands open and not drop anything that matters. The world will pick up where you left off, and you will wake inside it as if the handover had been planned for centuries. Breath, heartbeat, quiet. Breath, heartbeat, quiet. The triplet circles the hearth you set at the center of your chest. There is a glow no draft can find. There is a hum no anxiety can outsing. There is a patience that speaks in measures longer than hours. You feel the room narrowing to that point, not sharp, not small, focused, generous, exactly the size of calm. Oh, hold there. Not as a grip, as a resting. Let the whispered music remain when your attention lets go of listening. Let the candles be candles without company. Let the map be a song without audience. Let the ship keep time in the distance. Let the math be what music always is at its best. Structure you don't have to see to trust. You are ready to be carried to the next idea without waking to meet it. The ember at your center will go on keeping its low color. The pattern will go on holding the roof. The chorus will go on in the wings, content to wait for morning's cue. You have made a home inside the hum. The hum knows its work. You arrive where charts go pale, where ink thins to a wash of blue, and the margin wears a sentence sailors used to trust. Here the map sleeps, but the ocean does not end. You are shown the observable horizon, the way a careful hand shows a child the edge of a page. No cliff, only paper's patience. Beyond the paper, more paper. Beyond the sky, more sky. The comfort is not in seeing everything. It is in learning that a boundary can be a promise instead of a threat. You are offered a lantern with a quiet flame. Humility is its fuel. Not certainty, but wonder. Not borders, but soft horizon. You hold it up, and the light behaves kindly, revealing the nearby without forcing the far to be near. Some possibilities may always live beyond the reach of this room, ideas too distant to test from inside our bubble. Others might leave small signatures we can seek, hints woven into a faint background like embroidery you find only when you move your head and catch the thread at an angle. Both truths can be true at once. What cannot be tested can still be respected. What can be sought can still wait until morning. Your breath finds the pace that edges prefer. Inhale as if tracing the faint line where known weather fades. Exhale as if accepting that the wind beyond that line will make its own choices. The body recognizes relief in this arrangement. When gripping stops, sleeping begins to consider you again. When the mind puts down the compulsion to own every compass point, the ribs release the last inch they were guarding. You look again at the page. It does not apologize for ending. It bows. The bow invites you to do the same. Edges are places to pause, not panic. A pause is not failure. A pause is a teacher whose first lesson is posture. Posture changes what you can hold, and tonight you are learning to hold a question without turning it to iron in your hands. You, the astronaut, float at a viewing blister where the field in front of you is velvet enough to absorb ambition without bruising it. Instruments listen until the signal flattens to something like a kindly hush. The numbers do not vanish. They become even, like a lake that reaches the temperature of the air above it and stops steaming. You do not accuse the lake of being boring. You learn what evenness can teach that drama never could. You, the sleeper, rest in a room the weather wraps like a shawl. A distant branch tosses and then learns stillness again. Pipes settle as if remembering their fittings. The house has edges too, roofline, fence, the far curb where the street makes its mind up to become distance. The awareness that you live within edges relaxes your need to patrol. Patrols sleep lightly. Homes sleep deep. Deep is what you are practicing. Some multiverse stories may never walk into this room with proof in their hands. That does not make them trespassers. It makes them guess who know which hallway is theirs and do not wander. Other stories, shy but measurable, may print their fingerprints in places we can examine when the sun is up, tiny patterns in an old glow, small asymmetries that grew into scaffolds for what became home. You are allowed to nod to both from your pillow. Nod, and let the lantern do its work. You notice how not knowing changes muscle. Jaw unhooks, shoulders slide, tongue learns the language of resting against its own floor. The brain, released from its grip on every edge, discovers that edges will keep themselves. The keeper becomes kept. Sleep uses that exchange to begin. Where certainty required a guard, wonder hires a lullaby. An ethical whisper steps close, respectful as a friend in a darkened theater. When you talk about copies, branches, versions, you are still talking about tenderness towards selves. Here, elsewhere, imagined, real. Compassion scales across maybes. If there are other yous, the correct tone remains kindness. If there are none, kindness was still correct. The lantern approves either way. Kindness is the one signature available at all horizons. Let's drift. Close your eyes. Now imagine. The ritual phrases return to show you that ritual too is an edge, a familiar curve where behavior rounds itself into calm. Imagine the chart again, paint paling at the rim, a small compass rose pointing not only outward, but inward. The rose says, you belong because you breathe inside the map. Belonging is not earned at the border. It is confirmed by the rising and falling under your palm. You are shown the horizon in 2 alphabets, so your heart can be bilingual. 1. Distance that light cannot outpace before it runs out of time to reach you. 2. The place in thought where certainty becomes costly and wonder becomes wise. Both alphabets spell the same word tonight, enough. Enough to rest without argument. Enough to close the book without losing your place. You consider gently the ways edges behave. Some edges are instruments, useful because they calibrate what your senses can trust. Some edges are illusions, lines that fade when a cloud moves. Some edges are kind, fences that keep gardens from trampling each other. The edge you meet now is the kind that keeps you from falling into the habit of chasing every distance at once. It is the edge that says, you may pause, friend. The sea will still be here when you wake. Your body accepts the permission as if it had been waiting all day to hear it. You, the astronaut, tilt the blister a fraction and watch darkness not change. It is perfect behavior for an instrument meant to test your devotion to patience. Your chest answers with a longer exhale, the way a crew answers a captain who gives a merciful order. Nothing flares, nothing fails. The cabin records even and is proud of it. The grandeur of quiet is that it saves everyone's strength. You, the sleeper, listen to a distant car turn a corner you cannot see and disappear into the lived map of other lives. You do not follow. You let the sound be proof that maps continue without your management. The sound fades and you remain, evidence that staying is also motion when it is chosen. Your pulse lowers a note in gratitude, not certainty, but wonder, not borders, but soft horizon. The phrases walk with you like two companions who ask nothing but the chance to keep step. They keep you from mistaking a pause for a verdict. They keep you from mistaking a margin for a warning. They keep you from mistaking the absence of new data for the absence of meaning. Meaning is here. Meaning is the way breath meets edge and learns to be slower at it. A question is placed where questions are safest. If you can't see the edge, can you still belong to the map? It sounds like a problem until you answer with your lungs. You belong because you breathe inside it. You belong because the map uses your rise and fall as one of its legends. You belong because a chart without a traveler is only paper, and a traveler without a chart is only weather, and together they become journey. You let the lantern's circle shrink by a fingertip, not retreating, focusing. Your radius becomes the bed, then the breath, then the small clearing in the chest where attention sits. The rest of the map remains, unconcerned by your narrowing. You are not responsible for keeping distant coasts lit. You are responsible only for being lit enough to sleep. Edges are places to pause. You practice the pause in small ways. Inhale and pause. The lake at the top, level as patience. Exhale and pause. The pond at the bottom, dark as kindness. The pauses are not empty. They are guarantees that the next motion will be gentler than the last. You feel how quickly the body learns this language. You feel how quickly the mind appreciates not having to translate. If wondering about beyonds once made you lonely, let it make you companioned instead. A map with edges implies company. Cartographers, sailors, readers, sleepers. You are one of them tonight, and that is plenty. The night nods its agreement in the creak of a joist that has carried houses longer than you have carried your name. The joist announces nothing. It belongs by staying where it stays. The lantern lowers a degree because it sees you lowering too. Outside the circle, the rest of the room does what rooms do when respected. It holds. The ink of the chart dries completely. The page lies flat. The sea beyond remembers itself without your reminders. Your only task is the one that turns tasks into blessings. Allow. You let the lantern linger where paper ends as an ocean begins, until your eyes learn the difference between absence and in-depth. Absence asks you to fill it. Depth asks you to rest beside it. You choose depth. The choice is felt first, in the small muscles around the eyes, then in the slope of the shoulders, then in the untying of thoughts that no longer need to hold their own edges tight. You consider the kinds of knowledge that visit at night. Some come with measurements in their pockets, little pebbles of fact you can stack into cairns that point the way. Others arrive with empty hands and steady posture. They bring no proofs, only the calm that says, "We can wait together." You are allowed both visitors. One will help you navigate. The other will help you sleep. Navigation without sleep is drift. Sleep without navigation is surrender. Together they become trust. You, the astronaut, continue to float where instruments level out into evenness. You keep their company without pressuring them to produce more than they can. The readouts do not perform, they witness. You imitate their manner until witnessing becomes your manner too. Evenness spreads, not like paint, but like temperature, touching one surface after another until the whole room agrees on a tone. The tone is not silence, it is agreement. You, the sleeper, learn the same lesson at the edge of sound. A refrigerator settles into its late shift. A distant tire hushes across damp pavement and is gone. Rain decides to begin, then changes its mind. Each small undeciding is permission for you to stop deciding as well. The map does not revoke your citizenship when you put down your pen. The map is grateful for readers who know when to close their eyes and remember what coastlines feel like from the inside. You turn the lantern toward your ethics and let its light be plain. If there are other yous, if there are branches with your name on them, tenderness remains the rule. You do not own them, you owe them regard. If there are none, tenderness remains the rule. Regard does not expire when maybes do. Compassion scales across possibilities, the way light scales across distance. Thinner, perhaps, but still traveling, still reaching, still softly true. You smile at the old reflex that mistook mystery for a dare. Mystery is not a challenge. It is an atmosphere. Your lungs can breathe it without rushing to open windows. The brain, given permission to stop gripping every horizon, makes a different kind of map, one drawn in wide strokes that are easier to rest on. The map does not lose accuracy for being gentle. It gains usefulness for being kind. A question returns like a buoy that has kept its place through weather. If you can't see the edge, can you still belong to the map? You listen to the answer in the only language that never lies to you, breath. Inhale, belonging arrives. Exhale, belonging stays. Inhale, you touch the radius of your moment. Exhale, the radius touches back. You belong because you breathe inside it. You belong because the map is not complete without your contours pressing softly from within. Let's drift. Close your eyes. Now imagine. Imagine the chart maker setting down the quill at dusk, not because oceans are finished, but because daylight has concluded its own map. The hand knows when to rest so the line can be truer tomorrow. You borrow that wisdom. You set down the measuring mind so the living mind can make room. Edges are honored by pauses. Pauses are honored by sleep. You rehearse a simple practice and feel how quickly it becomes a habit worth keeping. Inhale to the extent that is kind. Pause as if a lake were holding its surface level for a star. Exhale a little longer than you took in. Pause again as if the lake remembered its depth. The pauses are the hinge on which the door of the map swings without squeal. Hinges are quiet when tended. You are tending them now. The astronaut glances at a panel out of affection, not need. The panel answers with the same numbers it offered 5 breaths ago. Steadiness delights you. Novelty has lost its claim on your attention. The distance between bubbles stays distance. You do not mourn a seam you were never promised. You bless the architecture that keeps many rooms from crowding each other. Blessing here is a way of traveling that leaves everything where it belongs and still reaches it. The sleeper allows the house to complete its evening. Pipes finish considering themselves. A floorboard that once rehearsed an argument with winter changes its mind. The blanket adds a fraction of gravity that feels like a vow. Your body signs the vow by lowering its watchfulness to a level where dreams can enter without knocking. Dreams are what maps do when cartographers close their eyes. Not certainty, but wonder. Not borders, but soft horizon. The phrases settle as companions at the edge of your pillow. They do not whisper advice. They borrow heat and return it warmer. Wonder keeps the lantern lit and small. Horizon keeps the world near and kind. You do not need either to shout. The loudest thing in the room is your own soft exhale, and even that refuses to startle. You tilt the lantern toward the future, only long enough to tuck a note beneath it. The note reads like a promise disguised as a question. It wonders about identity without asking you to answer before sleep. When many paths are possible, who is the one who wakes? You place the note under your pillow where morning hands can find it. Questions keep better when they rest. So do you. Edges teach posture. Posture teaches peace. You feel the line from crown to heel lengthened by a margin only you can measure. The measure is not in inches. It is in ease. Ease is the unit that maps respect best. With ease comes a softness in the wrists, a gentler weather behind the eyes, a tongue that lies back down in its harbor. These are small geographies, but they are yours, and they are sufficient to carry you across the night. You try on one last image, the kind that doesn't require sight to see. The map folds to the size of your chest and lays itself there, not as weight, but as rightness. Coastlines become ribs. A compass rose becomes the slow circle of your breath. The legend lists exactly 3 symbols: inhale, exhale, rest. Every place you have ever wanted to reach is encoded in that legend. Every place you feared you couldn't reach is forgiven by it. If the mind wonders whether resting at the edge means never sailing again, reassure it the way weather reassures roofs, by being continuous. Oceans do not end because you sleep. Charts do not sour because you close them. Morning is not a verdict. It is a tide. Tides remember their work without calendars. You are allowed to let them. Let's drift. Close your eyes. Now imagine. Imagine that the horizon learns your name because you stopped shouting it and started breathing it. Imagine that the lantern lowers itself to a coal and then to a warmth with no visible flame, the kind that keeps cabins kind and questions courteous. Imagine that everything you cannot test tonight agrees to wait where it is, unchanged by your decision to be gentle. You return to the proportion that unknots clocks. Inhale to 4, pause for 1, exhale to 6, pause for 1. Repeat until the numbers blur and only the rhythm remains. The rhythm is enough. It carries you the last inches down the slope. You are not falling asleep. You are approaching it with etiquette learned at the edge of a map. Etiquette becomes grace. Grace becomes gravity. Gravity becomes home. You lay the identity question where pillows do their oldest work, under the head, near the dreams, close to the part of you that writes answers in images before it writes them in words. If there are other yous, what kindness would you send them? If there are none, what kindness will you keep? Do not answer. Let the questions keep you the way a shoreline keeps water in shape. Shapes are how we recognize one another in the morning. The lantern's circle narrows to the size of a hand. The hand is your hand. It lifts and falls with the leaf that has been riding your breath since the first quiet. Map and ocean agree to keep their distance while you rest between them. Edges promise to remain edges. Horizons promise to remain soft. You promise to belong by breathing. The last sound you notice is the one you have been making all along. It is the signature in the corner of the chart, the mark that says who held the paper and when. You do not sign with ink. You sign with air. The map is satisfied. So are you. The question returns like a tide you recognize by sound before you see it. If there are many yous, which one is you? It arrives without a sharp edge, curls around your ankles, and then waits. You do not have to answer quickly. You are allowed to feel the shape of the rope you already hold, continuity wound from memory, breath, kindness, strong enough to keep you steady while the river moves. You touch memory first, lightly, the way a hand trails a railing in dimness. A voice from years ago, a street with rain in its stones, a kitchen light at an hour when the world was hushed. These are beads on a thread that didn't snap. They hang together because you carried them. You touch breath next, not as symbol, but as proof. The rise that happens even when you forget to ask. The fall that says stay. Then kindness, The quiet decision you make when no one is watching, to place a gentler word on your own name, to let the body rest before the mind declares permission. Name, breath, belonging, triplets you can count without counting. If many worlds is true, versions of you may be adrift on their own careful currents, each with a thread that feels unbroken from the inside. Subjectivity is a sovereign country. Each citizen wakes to their own sunrise, convinced of the same simple truth, I am the one who breathes now. You do not need to diminish those strangers. Who are you to bless the one who lies here? The rope in your palm does not fray when you loosen your grip. It softens so you can sleep. Consider continuity in the gentlest grammar. The you of an hour ago handed you this pillow. The you of a year ago taught you a way to be brave and quiet. The you of this breath is both heir and author, reading the inheritance aloud so the room can recognize you. The reading is not a courtroom. It is a bedtime story that begins as all true stories do, with presence. You are here. You are the original for this moment, because you are the only one touching this air from the inside. A thought turns its face toward philosophy, and then, seeing the hour, chooses courtesy instead. Continuity and branching are debated, yes. But tonight debate is a lantern hung on a nail, not a torch waved in wind. The light is steady, and its purpose is to show a path that lets the body rest. You step where it shines, and notice how the ground agrees. This, now, belongs to you. Not fiction, but a question. Not fear, but tenderness. You, the sleeper, loosen the jaw a fraction and give your heartbeat to the bed, as if the mattress were a shoreline that knows how to hold the shape of what it loves. You, the astronaut, write a line in a private log for the versions who kept vigil longer. Rest if you can. I will rest if I can. Let this be our shared arrival. The note travels as feelings do, without needing corridors. You trust it to find who it can, and to bless who it cannot by the kindness of its attempt. If there are many yous, which one is you? The one who notices. The one whose breath you can feel under your palm. The one who can choose a softer word right now and let the softer world answer. The others, if they exist, are not denied. They are blessed from here. If none exist, the blessing still works. Kindness is never wasted. It changes the room that receives it, even when the room is only your ribs. You test the rope again, memory, breath, and kindness, and find it stronger because you stopped tugging. Memory does not need a verdict. Breath does not need a witness. Kindness does not need applause. Together, they become belonging. Belonging is the way your name sounds when you say it to yourself, with a tone that doesn't erase your edges and doesn't harden them either. It is the tone of home. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The sentence places a warm stone in your palm and invites your hand to rest on your chest. Feel the river under your ribs and how it refuses to ask who deserved to be carried. You are carried because you are here. The leaf is original to the water that touches it. So are you. If another you could hear you, what blessing would you offer them tonight? Not an instruction, a gift. May your breath lengthen without effort. May your shoulders learn the language of lowering. May your name feel true in your mouth, even when you are tired. You offer the blessing aloud or in silence. Either way, it becomes part of the current. Blessings are how currents recognize each other. You let the question remain on the nightstand of your mind, spine up, page marked with a ribbon that says return if you like. The book does not mind being unfinished. The reader is allowed to sleep between chapters. You are the reader who closes the cover softly and keeps the story by letting it keep you. The original tonight is the one who remembers to be gentle. You turn the question in your hands the way you'd turn a smooth stone found at low tide, slowly, without the urge to polish it into certainty. If there are many yous, which one is you? The one who carries the thread forward, the one who ties the newest knot. Continuity is not metal links that clack and lock. It is braided fiber that flexes and holds. You test the braid by naming it softly. Name, breath, belonging. Name what you answer to when kindness calls. Breath, the proof that requires no witness. Belonging, the feeling that returns when you speak to yourself without hurry. You try on another truth, gentle enough for night. Each version would feel original from the inside. The point is not to rank selves. The point is to bless each perspective for its sincerity. Subjectivity is a sovereign country. Passports are printed in pulse. If there are many, you can wave across the water without needing a bridge. If there is only one, the wave is still beautiful. Blessing does not demand plurality to be generous. You recall how memory threads through you, not as a courtroom record, but as a quilt that keeps warming the present. A childhood laugh surfaces and fades. A promise you kept today finds a pocket to rest in. Small acts of mercy you delivered to yourself, drinking water, stepping outside for a breath of cool, take their rightful places beside larger vows. Nothing is trivial when it strengthens the braid. You are permitted to claim these as continuity, not because they are dramatic, but because they are yours. Kindness, too, ties knots. You practice by choosing the kindest available sentence when your name appears in your head. A gentler pronouncement, a reduced demand, a softer standard. You do not lower your worth. You lower the temperature. Warmth reveals the shape of things without cracking them. You become clearer to yourself by refusing to harden. Forgiveness asks to be included in the care package you promised to send across maybes. You agree. Forgive the versions who ran when staying was too much to ask. Forgive the versions who stayed when leaving would have been mercy. Forgive the one who did neither and called that indecision. Your forgiveness does not rearrange the past. It rearranges the weight you carry to bed. The mattress recognizes the relief and rises to meet you. The astronaut writes another line to distant companions whose vigil lasted longer. I rested when I could. I hope you can rest where you are. Let this be our shared decision, even if we never meet. The message is not a wire. It is a temperature, a tone, a way of being that travels because it is easy to host. The sleeper answers by loosening the jaw one more notch and letting the heartbeat become a language the bed speaks back. Agreement is achieved without words. That, too, is continuity. You let philosophy sit down beside you without bringing its library. Ship of Theseus, personal identity through change, branching, and reunion. These can be tomorrow's companions. Tonight their role is smaller and sweeter, to remind you that continuity is allowed to be felt before it is defined. The rope is in your hand. The river moves. You move with it. Not fiction, but a question. Not fear, but tenderness. A thought tries to measure originality with a ruler. You replace the ruler with a rhythm. You are not still. Even now, you move through time. Not metaphorically, literally. The words settle along your ribs like a metronome no one can hear but you. Each beat verifies that presence is enough to authenticate a life. You do not need notarization from the multiverse. You need this breath, and you have it. You examine what you can choose, here, now, without lifting a finger. You can choose to recognize the self who showed up to be gentle. You can choose to send ease to every room your name might occupy. You can choose to treat the identity question not as a test, but as a lullaby. A repetition that soothes rather than a riddle that tightens. The repetition is the medicine. You are here, you are here, you are here, until the body believes it enough to rest. If another you could hear you, what blessing would you offer them tonight? You try a list that isn't a list, a prayer that isn't a prayer. May the noise outside you quiet sooner. May the noise inside you choose a smaller room. May your breath take the long route home. You do not push these wishes across. You release them like lanterns that know their own wind. Whether they find anyone is not your work. Sending is the whole kindness. You address a quieter audience, the you that will waken this body. You promise to be tender with the first face you meet in the mirror. You promise to step into morning as if it were a fragile shoreline that deserves bare feet. You promise to treat every small mercy you offer yourself, glass of water, stretch of spine, sunlight on lids, as proof that originality can be measured in gentleness. The promises are light enough to keep. Doubts arrive as they always do, late and predictable. Are you inventing reassurance because it is dark? Are you oversimplifying what philosophers labor over for years? You reply with the tone night prefers. Maybe. Maybe reassurance is an invention, and maybe invention is how humans survive storms. Maybe simplicity is not erasure but refuge, the way a cabin is not a mansion but still keeps you warm. Night's ethics are different from noon's. The truth you need now is the one that lets your muscles finish unclenching. Triplets punctuate the room again. Name, breath, belonging. Name, the sound you give yourself when you are kind. Breath, the ferry that runs on holidays. Belonging, the ticket no one can take. Say your name silently, with the same tone you would use for a friend who is tired. Feel the inhale give you back to yourself. Feel the exhale sign the receipt. You reframe originality as a verb instead of a title. Original is what you do with this breath, how you agree to be the one who carries it. Original is how you decide to meet the next minute, with less armor, more listening. Original is the softness you extend toward parts of you that learned hard lessons and never unlearned them. You are not required to resolve every branch to own this choice. The choice is yours because it is made here. The rope of continuity rests across your palm like a sleeping animal, warm, alive, pulling no one. You notice how sleep itself is part of the braid. How many versions of you laid down so this one could learn how? How many mornings taught this night that resting is an inheritance, not an indulgence? You are paying forward and backward at once, and the currency is softness. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The refrain returns and finds your hand already halfway to your chest. Leave it there. Feel the river under the ribs. Let the question float, face up, starlit, unsolved, and unthreatening. The open loop is allowed to stay open, like a window on a night that trusts the weather. Your work is not to close it. Your work is to breathe beside it until breathing writes its own answer into your bones. You let the question lie open like a book face up on your nightstand. If there are many yous, which one is you? You notice how much gentler the question has become since it first arrived. It does not pace the room. It does not ask for credentials. It waits, the way a friendly shoreline waits for whatever tide is true. You are allowed to approach it with bare feet and slow breathing. You begin where certainty cannot argue, with the smallest rituals that make a life feel like yours. You say your name in a tone that fits. You listen for the answer in your chest. You let the breath return as proof that answers can be physical before they are philosophical. You feel how kindness alters the taste of your name, how the syllables relax when judgment steps back. Name, breath, belonging. The triplet places itself like 3 smooth stones in a shallow bowl, quiet weights that keep the page from lifting. Maybe the self is a river made of ropes, memory, habit, vow, braided and rebraided with every hour. Maybe it is a fire that keeps changing fuel while the hearth stays. Maybe it is simply the one who says I with honesty in the moment the word is needed. You try each shape and discover that none asks you to resolve the entire map. Each asks only for presence. Presence is the rope in your palm, the flame you tend, the word you speak without armor. You test an old fear, that blessing the you who lies here would erase the others who might exist. It doesn't. Blessing multiplies. If many worlds is a true story, each version wakes in a sovereign country and must be good to itself there. Your blessing travels as weather does, lightening pressure where it can, leaving warmth where it passes, making a home of the hour it inhabits. If many worlds is only a lantern, the glow still serves. It shows you where tenderness hides when rooms are dark. You feel the ethics settle into language your body understands. Choose gentleness for the self you can touch. You can touch this body. You can touch this breath. You can touch this minute and make it kinder. Philosophy can argue later. Muscles cannot. They want relief that is not an argument. They want a decision that lays them down. You consider a care package across maybes one last time and decide to send only what travels perfectly. Ease in the shoulders, patience in the jaw, the permission to rest without a victory. You send a second thing as well, lighter still, forgiveness that doesn't require a speech. You picture none of this. You only feel the releasing that accompanies the sending and trust the physics of feeling to do the rest. You remember how identity questions can become puzzles that outlive midnight. You choose a different ending this time, not fiction, but a question, not fear, but tenderness. The question can stay unfolded. The tenderness can do the only work needed, soften what is hard, warm what is cold, quiet what is loud. The rest belongs to morning, which specializes in definitions. Night specializes in care. You walk the corridor of continuity with your hand on the rail of breath. A memory leans out of a doorway to wave. You wave back without entering. Another doorway holds a vow you meant to keep more perfectly than you did. You nod to it as one nods to an old teacher and let it remain a teacher without becoming a judge. Past and future keep their addresses. You keep yours. Tonight's address is here. You think of the ship of Theseus and smile at the way the mind loves to ask whether changing parts changes the ship. You translate it into the language of the room. New cells, old bones, fresh aches, faded scars. Yet the hand on the chest knows whom it covers. The ship knows its name while sailing and while moored, in storm and in stillness. A ship is original to the voyage it is making now. So are you. You ask the night the question that will be waiting at the end of the video, like a small door on quiet hinges. If another you could hear you, what blessing would you offer them tonight? You try a blessing that sounds like breath. May you find the version of silence that fits your ears. May the thought that needs tomorrow accept it. May the river under your ribs remember its tender root. If no one hears, the blessing still brightens the room that made it. That is reason enough. You let the astronaut and the sleeper meet without ceremony. One writes, "I lay down where I could." The other answers, "I will keep watch by resting." The exchange is a knot tied in the braid of you. It is not spectacular. It is strong. It holds even if the river rises. The log closes itself. The pillow accepts the last of your weight. The ship lowers its indicators to night mode inside your bloodstream. You turn the phrase original in the soft light and realize it can mean originating, not a stamp from the past, but a beginning you make now. Original can be a verb. To original this breath, to originate this minute's tone, to author the kindness that will tint the moment that follows. The authority required is small and local. You have it. You exercise it by relaxing. You revisit the triplet to be sure it has rooted. Name, breath, else belonging. Say the name, gently. Feel the breath physically. Notice the belonging practically. The exact contact of fabric on your shoulder. The temperature of the room that has chosen your comfort as its job. The accommodating shape of a mattress that behaves like a coastline built around your body, Belonging is not a thought tonight, it is a fit. The doubt that lingers tries one last question. But what if you are mistaken? What if the real you is elsewhere? You answer with a kindness that requires no debate. Then let that one rest, too. You do not have to be certain to be merciful. Mercy is the only currency that holds its value in every possible branch. Pay in mercy, and the market of midnight remains stable. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The cadence returns to place the warm stone back in your hand. You lay that hand on your chest. The river under your ribs confirms the sentence with evidence older than language. Movement does not require marching. Movement can be the way blood decides again and again to tour the country of you. Movement can be the long, slow turn from guarding to letting go. You let the identity question slide gently beneath your pillow like a note to the person who wakes here in the morning. The note is brief. Be kind to the one who made it through the night. It needs no signature. You will recognize the handwriting. It is the handwriting of someone who blessed you while you slept. Now the rope loosens into warmth. The flame becomes ember. The word I becomes breath-shaped rather than thought-shaped, and its edges stop scratching. You bless any other yous that might be listening, and bless the possibility that there are none. Blessing changes only one thing for certain. This hour, let your name be soft. Let your breath be slow. Let belonging be the ground under everything. The river under your ribs knows its direction. The leaf knows its boat. The hand on the chest remembers why it arrived there and forgets to leave. If another you could hear you, what blessing would you offer them tonight? Let the question glow a last time, then let it glow without you. Answers can sleep too. You are here. You are the one who breathes now. Hold the stone, rest the hand, feel the river. You arrive at the hinge the title promised, a quiet turning where language learns its manners. 3 companions step forward and stand without crowding. Science, hypothesis, science fiction. You greet each by their right name and let them keep their coats. Science is the craft of testable claims. The patient art of asking the world for numbers it can answer twice. It brings notebooks and careful clocks. It keeps receipts. When it speaks for anything that can be measured by hands that were not in the room when the question was born. It is not cold. It is disciplined warmth, the kind that keeps a newborn idea from catching fire before it can breathe. Hypotheses are scaffolds we build to climb toward those claims. They are strong enough to hold us, temporary enough to move when the facade reveals new windows. A good scaffold knows it will be taken down and smiles anyway. It isn't a house. It's a way to reach the roof safely so the roof can become honest about the sky. Science fiction is a lantern. It shines where truth might be hiding its outline, not to trap it, but to teach our eyes how to notice. The lantern doesn't promise the path. It promises sight enough to love the path when it appears. It is the story that lets your nervous system practice wonder without flinching, the rehearsal that keeps curiosity limber for the moment evidence arrives. Tonight, you have used all 3 as textures of the same quilt. You tucked the measured edges where drafts would come. You climbed the scaffold when the view asked for height. You set the lantern on a nearby stone so shadows would learn to be kind. Nothing contradicted, everything collaborated. Reverence was the seam. This is not fiction, it's truth. You hear the sentence settle in your chest like a weight that steadies, not a weight that presses. Then a loving pause. Or it might be a question we're learning to ask well. The pause is not doubt, it is etiquette. A question that has been asked gently sleeps better, and so do you. Careful unknowing takes a seat beside you, dignified as a guest who understands that presence is already a gift. You let unknowing rest its coat on the back of a chair. You pour it water. You do not interrogate. It thanks you by lowering the volume on everything that wanted to be loud. The interior lights dim by a shade only you can feel. Your breath adjusts its tempo as if someone had changed the time signature and the musicians were relieved. Pattern shifts happen softly because softness lasts. Where there were quick ripples of branching, there is a pond learning stillness. Where there were star-thick thoughts, a few constellations remain like punctuation, useful and uninsistent. The corner of your awareness, where brightness gathered, lowers itself like a lamp, taught by the room to be kinder. You do not turn anything off. You let things find their quieter setting. Science stays, ground for your feet. Hypotheses stay, ladders you can move when the wall invites you higher. The lantern stays, trembling very slightly the way flame admits wind without surrendering. None demand verdicts. All invite reverence. Reverence here is not a bow you perform. It is a posture your breath adopts when it remembers that being carried is also a form of knowledge. You listen to the difference between certainty and coherence. Certainty tries to stand alone. Coherence prefers company. Certainty is a lock. Coherence is a braid. Locks are for doors. Braids are for journeys. Tonight you have chosen the braid, and it has chosen to hold. You try the sentence again, this time as permission rather than proclamation. This is not fiction. It's truth. Or it might be a question we're learning to ask well. The words don't compete. They alternate like steps, one foot, then the other, claim, then kindness. You discover you can walk farther this way without tiring. A small gratitude rises for the evenings when language knows to lower itself. Even the brave ideas keep their boots off the bed. Even the large ones remember to whisper at the hour when bodies decide how morning will feel. You are not shrinking. You are tuning, bringing the pitch of thought down to the note the room can hold. You picture the day's scaffolds folded and leaned against a wall that will still be there tomorrow. You picture the lantern turned down to a coal that keeps its circle warm without asking for eyes. You picture numbers asleep in their columns and meanings asleep in your palms. None of this is abandonment. All of it is stewardship. Things last when we let them rest. If the brain wants a rule for nights like this, give it one with gentleness in the joints. Science for daylight, scaffolds for the climb, lanterns for the dark. And when the dark decides to be tender, let the lantern teach your questions to breathe. A breathed question is not less rigorous. It is more durable. It can stay with you through sleep and still wake wanting to serve. The quilt holds. The seam of reverence runs unbroken. You are allowed to keep your curiosity without keeping yourself awake. You are allowed to be faithful to truth without forcing it to shout. You are allowed to let hypotheses dream so they can wake with better manners. The night understands such arrangements and rewards them with deeper quiet. You are asked for nothing but presence. That is the exact price of belonging, paid in the only currency that matters at this hour. Attention given without demand. Your attention does not glare, it glows. The room recognizes you as someone it can trust with its softer versions of things. You recognize the room as a teacher that prefers lullabies to lectures when the body is tired. Hold there, where the hinge turns without creak, where the three companions share the same bench, where the lamp is low and the air is sweet, with the patience of unanswered questions. You are ready to continue, but you do not need to hurry. Night is long enough for care. You sit with the three companions a little longer until their differences start to feel like harmonies rather than borders. Science keeps the time, regular, careful, repeatable. Hypotheses bring the melody, bold enough to try a line, humble enough to change it. The lantern of science fiction supplies the room's warmth, coloring the air so your attention can stay without tensing. You are not forced to pick one instrument. You are allowed to hear a song. You test your belonging to that song with the most practical gesture of the night. You breathe. Evidence for your own presence is immediate. Air enters, leaves, pulse keeps time, quiet holds both. You remember the rule you adopted without writing it down. Daylight for measuring, ladders for climbing, lanterns for watching. Then, when night is gentle, let the lantern lower itself and let questions breathe beside you. Questions kept at this temperature become durable. They accompany sleep instead of interrupting it. You glance inward at the scaffolds you erected earlier, and you find that none of them mind being still. Hypotheses are happiest when they get to rest their joints. A scaffold is designed to hold, not to move all night. It thanks you for the pause by creaking less. You answer by promising to climb again when sun and coffee and notebooks return. The pact is made in whispers. Whispers carry farther than shouts when the room is dark. Your attention wanders to the lantern and notices how politely it burns. It has learned your hour. Its circle is enough to see your hands, the page, the breath. Wider would be waste, narrower would be stingy. You feel the dignity of careful unknowing and recognize how it trims language into something wearable. You do not need a crown of answers. A soft cap of maybe fits better. A tiny pattern break helps you descend another step. Where the mind once flung star fields across the ceiling, it now leaves a few bright points, anchors, not spectacles. Where branching once ran as ripples, it becomes a still pond that remembers motion without requiring it. Where statements once walked in boots, they pad barefoot. You are not losing thought. You are teaching it to whisper, the way a loved one learns the customs of a sleeping house. You rehearse the distinction that keeps your calm intact. Science is the craft of testable claims. You can feel its confidence even now, replicable, verifiable, patient. Hypotheses are scaffolds, provisional, strong, ready to move. Science fiction is lantern, imaginative, permissive, kind. Tonight's journey braided all three and called the braid reverence. You carry that word the way a traveler carries a small charm, more for tone than for proof, more for posture than for pride. A soft ritual fits here without breaking anything. If this brought you calm, give it a quiet like so nights like this can find you again. You do not reach, you do not tap. You simply let the sentence exist as a courtesy for the part of you that thinks in tomorrows. The ritual doesn't wake you. It behaves like a note left on a counter, where you will see it when the lights are kind again. A question floats up, the kind that invites your comment later when morning has hands. If truth is a lantern, must it be loud to be real? You let it hold its own echo for a moment and discover that the answer has been the hour itself. Real does not demand volume. Real is the feel of breath doing the same good work, whether you watch or not. Real is the leaf's slow lift and lay on the river of your chest. Real is the hum that continues when language loosens its grip. You are not forbidden from wonder about where to wander next. The mind sketches a small itinerary with the softest pencil, time perception as lullaby, black holes told as cradle songs for light, the thermodynamics of comfort, the physics of why warmth helps a body trust itself enough to sleep. You do not book anything. You just smile at the list, the way one smiles at a town map before strolling nowhere in particular. A series can be a gentle promise instead of a contract. You return to the braid and test its strength with touch rather than argument. Science, cool hand, steady pulse, hypothesis, ladder rung, solid underfoot, removable when the wall asks for a different angle, lantern, coal that refuses to die out when the room needs company. The three together keep you from two dangers: cynicism that sleeps shallow and credulity that naps through fire drills. You inhabit the middle, the long, trustworthy hallway where doors are labeled and none slam. The astronaut crosses your mind and for the first time does not travel. They arrive at rest. That is the late open loop closing lightly. No new bubble, no triumphant docking, only the disciplined mercy of night mode. The log ends with present, listened, unharmed. You feel the echo in your own ribs. Those words are as close to a method as this hour needs. Maybe evidence lives in numbers, meaning lives in how you hold them. Maybe a measured world and a warmed world can be the same room. Maybe truth at midnight is the courage to keep company with questions without stripping them of their beauty. You are permitted to keep saying maybe until it turns into breath. When it does, keep breathing. You notice how reverence rearranges even ordinary sentences. This is not fiction, it's truth. You hear it as grounding, not as gavel, or it might be a question we're learning to ask well. You hear it as hospitality, not as hedge. Together they keep your curiosity bright and your muscles loose. Together they teach you that love for accuracy and love for mystery are not mutually exclusive. They are the twin manners of a well-raised wonder. You lay a gentle hand on the part of you that wants to conclude. It can learn a kinder skill to prepare a circle for closing. Circles close best when they are not pinched. The beginning waits at the end like a friend who kept your seat. You will return to the river and the leaf and the channel that kept you company. But you do not rush the reunion. You let the path grow quiet enough to recognize your footsteps. You test one last division that serves your rest. Day is for verdicts, night is for vows. Day says therefore, night says tender. Day puts scaffolds up, night puts ladders down. Day points its lantern outward, night sets the lantern near the bed, so breath can see where it is going. You do not choose between them. You keep their hours, and they keep you. If you need it, keep the practical refrain within reach like water on a nightstand. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The line is less a statement than a door that swings on silent hinges. Step through without moving. The room on the other side looks familiar because it is you, seen without urgency. You grow quiet around the edges, the way a pond does when wind decides to take its attention elsewhere. The quilt you made of craft and ladder and flame lies exactly where you need it. The lantern remains a coal. The scaffolds stand and do not ask to be climbed. The numbers sleep. The meanings keep watch. You do not perform gratefulness. You feel it, the way fabric feels warmth and answers by keeping it. Hold here a breath longer. One more gentle step, and the circle will meet its beginning. The leaf has been waiting. The river has been remembering your name in the language of currents. The channel will be there with the same soft welcome. No slogans, no alarms, only the tone that taught your nervous system a new way to trust. You test the silence one last time and find that it holds. The three companions remain, craft, scaffold, lantern, each quieter than before, each content to have helped you here. Science keeps the time like a heartbeat that doesn't boast. Hypothesis leans its ladder against nothing in particular and is still useful, because ladders remind you that reaching can be safe. The lantern sets its glow to the level that makes rooms kind. Nothing argues, everything attends. You listen for the thread that ran through the night, the difference between verdict and reverence, and realize it is simply the difference between gripping and holding. Verdict grips, reverence holds. Gripping tires the jaws, holding rests the hands. You choose to hold. In that choosing, language rounds its corners and becomes the right size for sleep. A final question lifts like a small bird and sits on your shoulder. If truth is a lantern, must it be loud to be real? You let the question breathe beside you. It doesn't require a speech. It only asks to keep company while your pulse answers with the oldest evidence there is. Real is breath that continues when watching stops. Real is the gentle pull under your sternum that needs no witness to persist. Real is the way you are carried without practice once you agree to be carried. You practice gratitude so quietly, it feels like weather instead of ritual. Grateful for the day's proofs that did not demand midnight's attention. Grateful for the ladders that waited to be climbed tomorrow, not now. Grateful for the lantern that taught your question how to glow instead of glare. Gratitude is not a posture you assume in front of anyone. It is a temperature you allow inside. The body notices, the body softens. You hear again the sentence that kept its watch, like a friend who knows which blankets need smoothing. This is not fiction, it's truth. Then the softer step, or it might be a question we're learning to ask well. The two are not enemies. One grounds, one bows. Grounding without bowing hardens. Bowing without ground floats. Together they become the manners of a wonder you can sleep beside. You are given permission to keep curiosity without keeping yourself awake. The permission is practical. Day will want measurements. Night wants mercy. Day will want ladders. Night wants pillows. Day will ask the lantern to scout. Night asks it to stay. You remember this by feel rather than by rule. Feeling is what lasts when rules get tired. You let the series promise arrive like a postcard rather than an itinerary. Time perception as lullaby, black holes hummed as cradle songs for light, the thermodynamics of comfort, and why warmth is an argument your nerves always believe. You smile and set the postcard on the inside shelf of the mind. It will wait. Good invitations always do. The astronaut moves through you once more, no longer searching corridors that refuse to be crossed. They arrive at rest, not at a new bubble, not at a new wall, but at the same principle you just agreed to, holding instead of gripping. The last line in their log reads like a kindness that does not plan to be noticed. Present, listened, unharmed. You keep the line because it mirrors your own. Evidence lives in numbers, meaning lives in how you hold them. You hold both lightly enough that sleep can slip between your fingers without falling. Numbers do not mind being put to bed, meaning prefers it. Tomorrow can be bright with claims and counters. Tonight can be dim with care. Dimming is not defeat, it is stewardship. Maybe truth is a lantern and a ledger, illumination and accounting. Maybe you are allowed to love both and kneel to neither at this hour. Maybe humility is the bridge that lets them speak without raising their voices. You do not need to resolve the maybes. You need only repeat them until they turn back into breath. They do. Everything true eventually prefers to be breathed. You return to the line that proves itself by living in your ribs. You are not still. Even now you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. The words no longer feel like a claim. They feel like a pillow placed correctly beneath a tired shoulder. Movement is the mercy that carries you past the need to decide. Movement is the river of seconds that keeps its promise without supervision. Movement is what a leaf trusts when it stops pretending to steer. You reach for the circle you began and find it waiting exactly where you left it. The leaf appears, the small, faithful vessel that has traveled with you all night, sometimes on the surface of thought, sometimes underneath it. You set it once more upon the river that runs under your ribs. Inhale, it lifts. Exhale, it sets down. The river knows every bend between now and morning, and will take them at the speed of kindness. The channel is with you, the way a familiar voice is with you, even when its owner is quiet. The sleepless physicist does not need to appear on a screen to keep its promise. The promise is tone, questions cradled, not litigated, hypotheses warmed, not weaponized, science tended, not shouted. If this brought you calm, give it a quiet like so nights like this can find you again. You do not have to move. The permission is enough. Your attention performs a final courtesy, tidying the bench where the companion sat. Science folds its notes and sleeps. Hypothesis stacks its ladders and leans them where they won't fall. The lantern remains a coal the size of a thumbprint. a pulse you can return to if the room needs a little more light. Nothing is put away hard. Everything is set down kindly. You say yes to the softest contract you signed all night, to be returned to the beginning, but wiser. The beginning was a leaf on a river of night. The wisdom is that the river was also your chest, and the boat was also your name, and the banks were also the edges of a map that learned how to be gentle. You do not trace it, you feel it. Feeling is the surest cartography at this hour. A last small hook is laid like a ribbon where your morning eyes will find it. If truth is a lantern, must it be loud to be real? Let it glow quiet beside the bed of your mind. The answer is already here, in the hush that made space, in the breath that kept time, in the kindness that turned questions into company. Morning can nod, night has bowed, let's drift. Close your eyes. Now imagine the river lifting the leaf and learning your name anew each time your ribs rise. Imagine the boat is the night, and the night is your boat. Imagine that you are always being carried, and that your only work is to remember it often enough that remembering becomes rest. You are here, you are held, you are moving, not metaphorically, literally. The lantern stays, the quilt keeps, the ladder waits, the craft endures. You belong to all of it without having to hold any of it tight. The circle is ready to close into the calm it promised at the start. When you are ready, let the leaf carry you the last inches back to where beginnings and endings share a shoreline. You come back to the river you began with, and it feels like finding your own pulse after searching the house for a sound that was always in you. The leaf keeps drifting on the river of night, and you, still resting, drift with it, not repetition, arrival. The current knows your name now, and the water says it without consonants, just the vowel of breath rising and falling under your hand. Maybe you thought the journey would end with a door. It ends with a softness. The river carries what doors would only divide. You are not choosing a shore, you are allowing a direction. Your body recognizes this as the oldest craft, surrender that is also skill. The leaf learns you, you learn the leaf. One rests on water, one rests on bed, and both are carried by something larger that has wanted this for longer than you have known how to want. You notice the quiet weaving begin, threads you met in earlier hours coming home with gifts. Heartbeat, engine hum, they greet each other like neighbors who share a fence and water each other's plants when the other is away. For a long time you were not sure which led. It doesn't matter. They keep time together now, and keeping time together is a kind of love that asks for nothing back. Blanket, cosmic background, weight becomes warmth, becomes the answer to a question you did not need to ask. May I stay? Everything around you says yes in the same language. Window frost, porthole frost, a quiet pattern that appears when breath meets cold surface, your room, and that imagined cabin speaking a dialect of stillness. The equivalences are not arguments. They are companionships that make belonging feel inevitable. Maybe the leaf is also a boat you built from every gentle decision you made tonight. Maybe the river is also the minute moving through you, not ticking, flowing. Maybe the night is also a room that learned your outline and decided to keep it safe until morning. You do not have to pick a single maybe. You can hold them the way the river holds the leaf, without effort, without fear of dropping. You are the one who breathes here. You are the listener whose listening taught questions how to lower their voices. You are the traveler who discovered that arrival can be a posture rather than a place. None of these require proof. Each of them feels like fabric that finally fits. Time is the current that keeps its promise while you rest. Time is the long kindness under minutes, doing its work whether or not you pay attention. Time is the motion that lets you be carried from one breath to the next without rehearsing the crossing. The more you feel this, the the less you need to name it. Names are for daylight. Tonight is for touch. You feel the astronaut thread resolve without fanfare. Power lowers to dream sleep. Instruments rest at the same level your breath chose. Even friendly, exactly enough. Navigation lights pulse like fireflies that decided to keep watch without waking anyone. A hand rests on the console not to command, but to feel the hum, identical to your hand on your chest, feeling your heart. The two hands agree. The agreement is not a document. It is warmth shared by contact. The open loops you carried begin to close as if doors learned how to be curtains instead. The identity question dissolves into belonging, less who am I among many, and more I am the one the room is carrying now. The science versus fiction frame softens into careful wonder. You no longer need to litigate what carries you to be grateful that you are carried. The distinction between map edge and map center goes dim because rest is a home that needs no borders. Home is where breath is trusted. Home is here. Let your attention narrow to what will remain when words decide to sleep first. Inhale, the leaf lifts a little. Exhale, the leaf sets down. The river learns your tempo and adjusts to it. Or perhaps you learned the rivers and forgot to take credit. Either way, the fit is perfect. You cannot teach this, you can only remember it, which is another way of saying consent. You practice a longer pause, a generous hinge between motions. Inhale and pause, the lake at the top, level as patience. Exhale and pause, the pond at the bottom, dark as kindness. The pauses are not emptiness. They are the places where the body updates its map of safety. Each pause adds a ring to the tree of you. Rings are proof without speeches. Maybe you expected the night to answer every question. Maybe the night decided to hold them instead. Maybe that holding is the answer you needed. You feel how relief sneaks in wearing ordinary clothes, jaw soft, tongue resting, eyes heavier by one honest grain. The body trusts outcomes it helps create. You created this one by doing less. You are allowed to bless what you will never test. You are allowed to thank what you will never meet. If there are versions of you in rooms you cannot reach, let them know this. Rest finds those who stop chasing it. If there are none, keep the blessing. It becomes yours without waste. Kindness is a closed loop that never leaks when poured into yourself. Your attention drifts to the edges of the room and finds that edges have learned to be furniture instead of fences. The far wall no longer asserts itself. It hosts the low hum of a house that chose to be gentle. The ceiling behaves like sky after rain, closer, kinder, uninterested in thunder. Floorboards vow not to remember your footsteps until tomorrow. Everything is cooperating with the kind of sleep that starts as a courtesy and ends as a certainty. Maybe the day will ask for scaffolds and clocks again. Tonight is the lantern's hour, turned low, placed near the breath, so you can see only what you need: your hand, your chest, the leaf, the river. The radius of care has shrunk to the exact circle that can be kept without effort. Nothing outside that circle feels abandoned. It feels trusted. Trust is the permission you give the world to continue without your supervision. You are not composing a conclusion. You are loosening into one. The words you are begin to lengthen into breath themselves. Time becomes the sensation under your palm. Maybe becomes the drawstring that gathers the fabric of thought and tucks it under the pillow. The night has learned your weight, and your weight has learned the night's welcome. Partnership, not performance. Let the image repeat with gentle variation, like a lullaby that loves its chorus more than its verses. The leaf lifts and sets down. The river moves and becomes memory. The hand rests and feels the hum. The hum meets the heart and refuses to be loud. You are here, and here is moving. The boat you trusted at the beginning has returned you to the beginning as destination. You recognize it now as home. You do not need to say anything more complicated than yes. Yes to being carried. Yes to being original to this breath. Yes to letting every unanswered thing sleep in the same room as you without shaking the bed. Yes to being a traveler whose arrival is measured in softening rather than in miles. The river hears yes as the only language it speaks. Hold exactly this: the leaf, the river, the hand, the hum. Nothing else is required to finish the circle. Nothing else is needed to keep you moving kindly toward morning. The rest of the closing will happen the way good music ends, by inviting silence to complete the song. You let the river keep speaking in its one-syllable language, and you learn it by touch. Lift, set down, lift, set down. Small deliverances, perfectly timed. The body doesn't bargain anymore. It understands that rest is not a verdict handed down from thinking. It is a current that appears when gripping stops. You have stopped. The current takes its cue. A memory brushes past and does not ask to be named. Another follows and softens before it can sharpen. Threads that once tugged now lie parallel, like reeds that learned the wind's patience. This is how open loops close, by losing their appetite for noise. The questions that wanted speeches now want company. Company is what you have to give. The quiet weaving continues until distinctions feel unnecessary. Heartbeat, engine hum, 1 beat, 2 rooms, blanket, cosmic background, 1 warmth, 2 grammars, window frost, porthole frost, 1 breath, 2 pains. The pairs overlap and fade, as if the night were braiding them toward a single chord you can hold without effort. The chord is breath, it knows the root, it asks you only to agree. Maybe identity is not a nameplate, but a shoreline that looks different at every tide and remains your shore. Maybe understanding is not a lamp that needs to be bright, but a coal that keeps its promise. Maybe courage is not the push forward, but the permission to be carried. These maybes do not compete. They collaborate, warming the room in proportion to your willingness to listen. You are the one who says yes to being here. You are the listener who became the lull, not just the audience for it. You are the author of a gentler minute, written in a script made of exhale. You don't need to hold on to these sentences. They hold on to you lightly, the way a sleeve holds the wrist that wears it. Time is not a drum you must march to, but a river that moves at the speed kindness prefers. Time is the space between the lift and the set down, where safety updates itself and returns with better news. Time is the world keeping you even when you forget to keep yourself. You can stop supervising. The river remembers how to river. The astronaut lowers another dial by nothing more dramatic than consent. Readouts make the same honest promises they made 10 breaths ago. Steady, friendly, enough. A tiny indicator completes its slow pulse and seems for a heartbeat to echo the way your ribs rise. Not metaphorically, literally. The correspondence is not an equation to be solved. It is a kinship to be felt. A gloved hand rests on a console, not to command, but to belong. Your hand on your chest is the same sentence in a different alphabet. Edges of maps lose their urgency. Center and border exchange hats and laugh at the trade. What mattered all along was not where you stood, but how you stood there. Tonight you stand as someone who remembers the lesson water teaches every shore. Hold, then let go, then hold. No coast keeps the sea by clenching. It keeps the sea by offering shape. You test the final refrains the way you test a latch before turning out the last light. Maybe you are. Time is. Each lands softer than the last, each more willing to be absorbed into breath instead of crowded onto a thought. Repetition isn't redundancy here. It's rain on a roof, proving that pattern is safety. The brain hears the pattern and sets down its clipboard. The body hears the roof and sleeps beneath it. The identity question that traveled so far with you decides to remove its question mark, not to become a period, but to become a stone, warm, round, held. It has changed shape into something you can carry without thinking about it. Because you carry it, you don't need to carry anything else. Belonging has replaced inquiry. You are the one the bed is carrying, which is the only answer the night requires. You leave a small kindness on the doorstep of every version of you can imagine, the way neighbors leave bread when storms have passed. May your breath be longer than your worry. May your night be deeper than your list. May you wake forgiven by the hour itself. If there are no other yous, the bread is still warm in this kitchen. You can eat first and save a slice for morning. The ship and the room come into the same focus, which is to say the need to focus dissolves. Navigation lights pulse like fireflies that know they've been seen. A fan whispers in a corner like life support satisfied with its vigil. The hum under your palm passes for heartbeat. The heartbeat under your palm passes for hum. Language mirrors itself and then politely steps out of the way. You are not preparing to sleep. You are already in the act of sleeping more than you're not. The line between waking and dream thins to the thickness of a breath, and then to its music. Even here, the refrain keeps you company, like a hand on the small of your back, guiding you through a doorway you no longer need eyes to find. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. Hear how it blesses now. Movement is the mercy that does the rest of the work for you. If the mind wants one last job, give it a gentle one. Count the leaves as they lift and set, not with numbers, but with noticing. One for the shoulder softening, one for the jaw releasing, one for the tongue resting, one for the thought that decides to be weather instead of weather report. The count becomes cadence. The cadence becomes hush. Maybe tomorrow we'll ask for brighter lamps. You do not fear that request. You own lamps. You also own this coal. You can carry it forward wrapped in breath so it never scorches and never dies out. That is the only preparation the night asks in return for what it gives. Keep a little of the tone. Tone is transferable. It travels better than answers. You are already nearer to sleep than to questions. You are within the part of the song where the melody dissolves into the chord that held it all along. You are at the shore where beginnings and endings share sand. Time is water, doing what water does when no one watches, flowing, keeping, making a path you do not have to clear. Return once more to what cannot fail: the leaf, the river, the hand, the hum. Lift, set down, lift, set down. If words want to follow, let them trail at a respectful distance until they forget their shoes and grow quiet. If thoughts want to stay, give them pillows at the far end of the room. Everything here has learned the custom. Lower your voice. Keep your kindness. Leave gently. The river keeps its promise. Lift, set down, lift, set down. Nothing urges, nothing argues. The current is a kindness that learned your name. Open loops close the way dusk closes, by arriving everywhere at once. The identity question loosens into belonging. The science versus fiction frame folds into careful wonder. Edges of maps and centers of maps exchange a slow nod and fall asleep beside each other. What remains is breath. What remains is the leaf you trusted from the first moment, moving exactly as slowly as you need it. Maybe this is what answers look like when they forget to wear shoes. Maybe you arrived not at a point, but at a posture. Maybe the night is a teacher whose lesson plan is mercy. You are the one who breathes here. You are the original of this moment, authenticated by warmth and weight. You are the traveler whose arrival is measured in softening. Time is the helper that moves you the last inches without asking for attention. Time is a current that works best when you stop rowing. Time is the long yes under everything that lives. The astronaut completes their quiet ritual. Systems sink into dream sleep. Indicators pulse like patient fireflies, green becoming darker green, life support a lull. A hand rests on the console, not to command, only to belong, and finds the same hum you feel under your palm. Heart exchange engine, engine exchange heart, not metaphorically, literally. The ship is cared for, so are you. The blanket presses its small vow and becomes the universe's background translated into comfort. Window frost keeps the same pale lace as a distant porthole, two panes speaking the dialect of breathing near cold. The correspondence is thin like mist until they become one thing. Presence. Your room and that imagined cabin are no longer two places. They are two ways to say safe. Lift, set down. The repetition deepens, and with it the pauses. In the pause, doors are left ajar so dreams can enter without knocking. In the pause, your body updates its map of trust. In the pause, the word I loses its hard edges and becomes breath-shaped, a sound that doesn't need teeth. Maybe kindness travels across maybes faster than light. Maybe it was always the easiest cargo, weightless, undroppable, intact upon arrival. Maybe tonight you have already shipped out more grace than you were aware of, toward versions of you that needed it, or toward no one in particular, which is another way of saying everyone. You are allowed to keep nothing in your hands and still call this completion. You are allowed to bless what you cannot measure. You are allowed to rest without proof because rest itself is evidence of safety, of belonging, of a world that can carry you while you loosen your hold. Time is the unspooling that makes room for a dream to begin. Time is the consent you give to be taken forward. Time is the river of seconds turning itself into morning without asking you to swim. Lift, set down. The leaf tilts a fraction, and you feel your jaw release the last sentence it tried to keep. The tongue lies back in its harbor. The shoulders descend another grain. A floorboard remembers silence. A small appliance in the corner decides to hum from farther away. The house, like the ship, has learned your hour. If there are other versions of you, what kindness would you send them tonight? Let the question travel as a cool ember rather than a spark. Offer ease in the shoulders. Offer patience in the jaw. Offer the permission to rest without victory. Send these without pictures. Feeling crosses distances maps cannot mark. If there are none, keep them. A kindness kept is also a kindness given to the only self you can reach with certainty. Lift, set down. You remember once more the sentence that has become blessing. You are not still. Even now, you move through time, not metaphorically, literally. Hear how it lands differently now, less a claim, more a benediction. Motion is the helper that completes what you started. You began by loosening. Movement will do the carrying. Maybe a series of nights could teach this tone until it belonged to you like a native language. Maybe next time you'll drift to where time pools and slows, where clocks grow gentle at altitude, where comfort has its own physics. The postcard is posted, no itinerary required. Lift, set down. The circle closes in the only way circles know, by becoming everywhere. The beginning meets the end and recognizes family. The leaf you started with is the leaf you finish with, except now you know the current carries you kindly. The river that was above you is now below your hand, under your ribs, in your breath, in the music of a room that learned how to hold you. You have nothing left to parse. Parsing is a daylight habit. Night keeps the whole. The channel is with you, not as a screen, but as a tone. The Sleepless Physicist. Questions cradled, not litigated. Hypotheses warmed, not weaponized. Science tended, not loud. If the thought returns in the morning, you'll know where to find it. If it doesn't, you'll still have this calm, which was the point. Lift, set down. The engagement seed plants itself the way rain plants itself in soil and remembers the way out in spring. If there are other versions of you, what kindness would you send them tonight? Let it sprout when light returns. For now, soil is enough. Darkness is a friend to roots. Breath thins toward music. Music thins toward hush. Hush becomes the room's native air. Maybe you will hear nothing more than this soft current. Maybe the rest of the video will become a cradle of sound, a low tide that comes and goes without counting. Maybe the screen can dim and the music can keep the promise the words have finished making. You are here. You are held. Time is moving you gently toward morning. Lift, set down, the leaf, the river, the hand, the hum, not metaphorically, literally. Let the last sentences wander off, barefoot. Let the quilt of quiet cover the rest. Let the water of night keep you.